Honorable Vice Chancellor, CSJMU Kanpur, Professor Vinay Pathak Sir, patron of the conference, who is not present here today on this event, esteemed Principal of National Defence Academy, Khadakwasla, Pune, Professor O.P. Shukla Sir, Professor Sudhanshu Pandya Sir, Ms. Mariam Saeed Hamad Ma'am, Sohar University, Oman, Mr. Bisheswar Acharya, Naval Academy, Pokhara, Nepal, Professor Lalit Garg Sir, University of Malta, Lieutenant Arjun Chaudhary Sir, Sardar Patel University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, Honorable Joint Managing Director of Superhouse Group and Secretary Superhouse Education Foundation, Mr. Zafarid Amin Sir, Respected Director, Superhouse Education Foundation, Ms. Firdaus Amin Ma'am, AGOI, Dr. Ruby Chawla Ma'am, Director Management, AGOI, Professor Dr. Shivani Kapoor Ma'am, Director AIT, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Mishra Sir,
Good morning and welcome to the inaugural session of the International Conference on Recent Developments in Business Management and Technology, ICRDBMTE 2024. It is an honor to stand before such a distinguished gathering of scholars, professionals, academicians and students who are at the forefront of shaping the emerging world through the intersection of business management and technology. Education serves as the bedrock of societal progress, shaping minds, fostering innovation, and propelling individuals towards fulfilling and impactful careers. In the pursuit of academic excellence, Allenhouse Group of Institutions, established under the aegis of Superhouse Education Foundation, stands as a beacon of transformative education. Since its inception in 2009, the group has been unwavering in its commitment to providing world-class professional education across diverse disciplines. With a robust portfolio encompassing BTech, BBA, BCA, Polytechnic and MBA courses, Allenhouse Group of Institutions has emerged as a trailblazer in the realm of higher education. As we gather here today under the theme Shaping the Emerging World Through Business Management and Technology, we embark on a journey of exploration, collaboration and innovation. This conference serves as a premier platform for us to converge, exchange insights, and chart a course towards a globally connected and inclusive future. This conference is being organized in association with Modern College of Business and Science, which is in the heart of Muscat in the Sultanate of Oman, and offers educational undergraduate and postgraduate programs to meet the needs of individual students as well as the needs of business and industrial communities. The landscape of business management and technology is rapidly evolving, driven by technological advancements, shifting market dynamics, and the imperatives of sustainability and inclusivity. In this dynamic environment, it is imperative for us to come together
again. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Vice Chancellor CSJM University in absentia, the Sri Jafar Amin, Secretary, Superhouse Education Foundation, Mrs. Firdaus Amin, Director, Superhouse Education Foundation, Guest of Honor, Professor Sudhanshu Pandya, Dean Administration, CSJM University, Kanpur, Dr. Sojan, Honorary Russell's Institutes, Soar University, Sultan of Oman, Sri Visveshwar Nobel Academy, Pokhara, Nepal, and other dignitaries who are attending this conference, and the most important, the convener of this conference, Dr. Shivani Kapoor and her team, and my dear students. It's a very great privilege for me to be here on this occasion on a very important aspect of the discussion which we are going to have today. And it's a great privilege for me to be here in this institute, and particularly the Kanpur, where I have a very, very long association in terms of the academic and other aspects. Before I come to the theme of this conference, which is very pertinent in the present day era. Why? Because as we all know that we are in the 21st century, where knowledge is the key to success. Technology is key to determinant, very important variable for the determinant. And where our present government is envisioning to make the country, as we were discussing, in terms of $5 trillion economy. And not only that, we are also having a very long-term perspective and vision and mission for our country to make the country as a developed country. Developed country simply means that where there will be no poverty, where per capita income of the people will be very high. And in that very developed economy, particularly when we shall be celebrating the centenary of our independence after 30 years, that means in 2047, that time the economy has been envisioned with $30 trillion economy. So that means the journey which at present where we stand today is around $3 trillion economy. We have to travel from $3 trillion to the $30 trillion economy. This is what our government is planning to do. Government role, obviously we know that is a planning, formulating various policy scheme, giving directions and everything. But the role and the responsibility for execution, that very planning and policy is of ourselves, collectively. And for that, I congratulate the Super House Education Foundation, which is giving this avenue to discuss on this forum, that what recent changes are there in terms of, we can say, that the management, the technology and entrepreneurship. Because these are the three important variables which are going to determine and which are leading us from the present state to the future, what we are thinking, what we are just conceptualizing.
One of the finest colleges we have affiliated to our university, and as far as the landscape of affiliated colleges of our university, this is the most professionally managed, dedicated, put their heart and soul for any expected task from them. So I always take time and take the opportunity to be here. And in itself, it speaks louder. You always prioritize the events, the journey, if it appeals to you. Reason, the kind of topic which has been taken up by the college for this conference, they have linked management technology with the entrepreneurship. And I am taking it on the other way around. I am starting my conversation with you, pegging myself on the entrepreneurship. Rest of the things, when I'm talking about management and the technology, it may always play a supportive role to create this environment of entrepreneurship. And if you wish to witness how this entrepreneurship is going to be the game changer, look and study the two economies. One where the population is less, geographical spread is meager, Israel, and second, the country which has got a vast piece of land, huge population next to India, is China. Both of them are counting on their entrepreneurship, the spirit of entrepreneurship. And that's going to be the game changer even when we are going to address our Indian economy. Good thing about our country is that the policymakers, they are supporting. The country is a growth economy, story of a growth, not only as a proud citizen of India, but that's the story to be tracked by the global community. And the students, those who are here, you are not assembled here merely to grace the occasion as an audience, but I treat you all as a budding entrepreneurs.
For ITQA and Training Center with a capacity of 1,000 trainee, 30 trainers and 20 staff. Ma'am has also been the chairperson of GFP Quality Assurance Committee, Sohar University 2022-23. Head Assistant of Forum of Regional English Supervisors and Teachers, Jolly Phonics Project Coordinator at the Directorate Journal of Education, Training Coordinator at the Directorate Journal of Education, Batina North, Oman, and many other achievements. Ma'am, can we please have you here for the address?
And in Oman we say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In the name of Allah, I'm really honored to be here and to meet everyone. First, I would like to thank, before I start anything, I would like to thank the management of Allenhouse, guest of honors. I think this is a treasure. Our colleague, I may call you colleague, student. Usually I call my students my children. So, student, thank you very much for inviting me to these 2 fruitful days, inshallah, starting today. I'm going to talk about entrepreneurship in Oman, the experience of entrepreneurship in Oman. And before I start talking about it, let me just say something. This presentation, not exactly this presentation, actually Dr. Suzanne was supposed to be here, her and I were supposed to be here together. Unfortunately, due to visa technicality, she was not able to come. So I should mention her here because she's my friend as well as my colleague, and I wish she was here. Today I will talk about the experience of me in the process of my country growth in the entrepreneurship. I remember when I was a child, when my grandfather started his business and when my father started his business. It was about the concept of buying something, bringing something and selling it, or bringing someone to work and sell. The concept was very simple. The concept was just the concept of bringing a good, an item, or a couple of goods or a feed. But what we're talking here about is we can make a business of an idea. We can make growth of just an idea. Elon Musk, all the entrepreneurs that you know, I will not give one example. A lot of Indians, we have mentioned a lot during our discussion today. So, idea, process, result by a person. So in Oman, we started entrepreneurship revolution during His Majesty Sultan Qaboos, the previous government. And even the new government is also concentrating on the entrepreneurship in Oman Vision 2020-2024.
As the district governor for District 325B1 from 2021 to 22, he brings a wealth of experience in community service and leadership. Beyond his contributions to Lions Clubs, Acharya Sir is the esteemed founder, president and CEO of Novel Academy. Established in 2002, Novel Academy has been instrumental in shaping the educational landscape of Pokhara, Nepal. The institution stands as a pioneer, offering Cambridge University's O levels followed by A levels, making it the inaugural institution in Pokhara to do so. In 2009, Novel Academy expanded its offerings to include undergraduate and graduate programs in health sciences and management in affiliation with Purbanchal University, Biratnagar, Nepal.
We here once again in Kanpur. I was here for the last 2017 and 18. I am again here to share my experiences in our practices in Nepal. Respected chief guest, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and fellow students. It is a highly honor and privilege for me to stand and share my experiences on this international conference on recent development in business management, technology and entrepreneurship. The theme itself speaks volumes about dynamics and ever-evolving landscape we navigate. Yet beneath the surface of this advancement lies a constant undercurrent, the VUCA world we inhabit. As an academician and a social entrepreneur, I share my experiences on the basis of VUCA model, like we have been experiencing our business and enterprises as a volatile and uncertain, complex and ambiguous. This acronym applies to describe the environmental challenges we face from the ever-present threat of black swan events, unforeseen occurrences with massive impact, to the looming presence of grey rhinos, highly probable yet neglected threats waiting to charge. These factors inject a heavy dose of uncertainty into business decision making and the threaten of very foundation of long-term planning. So how do we thrive in such an environment where both the unpredictable and the ignored can disrupt everything? The answer lies in potent combinations. Organization and individual resilience coupled with emotional intelligence. Building organizational resilience involves fostering agility and adaptability. Business must be able to pivot quickly, embrace innovation and learn from setbacks. This requires fostering a culture of continuous learning, open communications and calculated risk-taking. Individuals' resilience, on the other hand, empowers our workforce. It allows them to navigate the stress of black swan events, bounce back from the grey rhino disruption, and maintain a positive outlook even in the face of adversity. Consider the recent Gallup report found that a staggering 77% of employees are either disengaged. Out of 77%, like 59% are actively seeking new opportunities, and 18% are looking forward always for the opportunity for their career.
I would like to introduce Sir to all of you. Professor Lalit Garg sir is an information technology innovator, academician, learner, teacher, developer, keynote speaker, consultant and researcher with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry and an excellent research publication record.
So it is giving another dimension of management, which is marketing, which is one-to-one marketing, highly customized and both direction, bi-directional marketing, forward integration and global reach. In addition to that, I'm not going properly, but there was another concept came, so which was saying, no, if you take okay, Porter gave cost leadership and differentiation or focus as your lead competitive advantages, but E. Williamson told, no, there is a new dimension which is called transaction cost, which is beyond the cost of the item you are supplying or selling. It might be the convenience you provide to the customer. So this is a new dimension. So you are not selling a product anymore, you are selling convenience. And at the same time, it has also saved the organization side. So now organizations are process oriented and we are moving towards open organizations in this competitive environment where first each and everyone can be the employee of that organization. So this is open for everyone. So even your customers are your employees and step in your organization. So I hope you can take advantage of each new developments to start new entrepreneurship. And yes, this conference is providing the platform to best disseminate ideas to improve or to take best advantage of this latest development to lead not only your business but your community, your country to become a global leader. With that thought, I wish everyone a very best in their career, in their studies and their business or entrepreneurship. So feel free to contact me if you have some ideas where we can collaborate. And I will try to join the conference sometime in between to gather more ideas, because learning is key these days, so that we can improve. So once again, thank you very much indeed for this opportunity and all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We also have another guest who has joined us virtually, Lieutenant Dr. Arjun Chaudhary sir from Sardar Patel University.
Good afternoon to all the honored guests sitting on the dais, and I'm really thankful for inviting me as a speaker in this international conference on recent development in business management, technology and entrepreneurship itself. To give brief introduction on myself, I'm Lieutenant Arjun Chaudhary. I'm currently working as a Deputy Director at Center for Cybersecurity in Sardar Patel University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. I'm quite thankful for all the conference chair and conveners, especially Professor Varun Shukla, since we have been initiating and discussing on the topic. And to say a few words from the conference that this kind of conference eventually gives away new guidelines and new thought process to all participants, as well as for the learned people who have been interacting in this kind of conferences. And eventually, when I was going through with the topics and the tracks of the conference itself, I was quite amazed to see that the technological aspects, the management aspects, and all the new upcoming technologies which is coming in this era right now. Like as we are talking, the current hotshot technology is of artificial intelligence. And since I am from the cybersecurity domain itself, I must say that these all are coming in kind of an ecosystem altogether. And since the government of India is also working and you can say encouraging under the aegis of Startup India itself, So eventually, like this kind of conferences will pay as a platform for all the newly upcoming startups and the students who are quite eager to create their own kind of a lineage for the coming Make in India or some other government-related projects and defense-related projects as well. So from my side, I must say that this kind of conferences would eventually give us some new ideas, and in kind of brainstorming sessions would eventually help us out in chalking down the upcoming challenges which we are going to face in this new era of artificial intelligence. And I'm so happy to see all people from across the world itself. Recently, like the man was speaking from, and she has come from all the way from Oman, and Lalit Gupta has just recently spoken on to the topic from Malta. So it's really good to see that IT or infrastructure is providing us a way to interact all together while sitting on their respective places. And eventually this kind of conferences should happen on a regular basis. And I must say that we are all open for the collaborations and research studies all together, and we are very soon eager to work on this particular kind of projects in the coming days itself. I am basically working in the cybersecurity domain for a decade or so, and our institute or the university is basically specializing in the subjects and the research related to the policing and law enforcement areas itself. Like in cybersecurity specifically, we are researching in the field of forensics, of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. From the business perspective, we are usually working in the IT audits, basically ISO 27001, which are coming very helpful for the people. Because eventually when we are talking about IT, every particular kind of business is utilizing the IT resources of the
Allenhouse Education Foundation, Mr. Zafar Al-Amin sir. With a will in his heart to see each and every youth multi-talented and future-ready, he looks forward to contribute more to the society. Sir, I request you to please address the audience as we are eager to hear your insights on the conference.
I'll just say a few words because it's already time, and firstly I would like to welcome everyone for this international conference, all the dignitaries, all the guests, people from other countries, people from all parts of India are here. So I'd like to welcome you all, and also I can see future entrepreneurs sitting there. So this morning we were discussing we need more talented people, more skilled people, more entrepreneurs like you in Kanpur. So as you can see, Kanpur is developing, but it's not going in that pace, which other cities of India are doing. So that's what we were talking about. So we need talent in Kanpur, and I'm sure I can see many faces. They have the fire in themselves to be the next entrepreneur. So this conference, this international conference, which is organized by Allenhouse group of institutions and the Modern School of Science and Business and Science of Oman. So this is a great opportunity for all of us to exchange ideas, to learn from each other. Because as the topic goes, like we are talking about the changes, the new developments in the field of management, technology, entrepreneurship. So before the business, how it was going, the management strategies, how it was happening was pretty much the same in the 1980s, 1990s. But now what we see is every year something is changing, something new is coming up. So in this atmosphere, we need to learn, we need to adapt, we need to reinvent ourselves. We need to be together with the technology, with the latest developments. Otherwise, we are in competition actually. We are in big competition. If we are talking about, so I was talking about the opportunities India has So definitely it's a time for us to grow, and we have all the opportunities. The right government is there, the right support is there, right environment is there. But we need to update ourselves. We need to be more efficient. We need to work harder and faster. So once again, I would like to thank all the organizers, the sponsors, the people who are behind this event. It takes a great effort to organize such an event, bringing everyone together. So I would like to wish you good luck, and I would like to again tell you that you should take these opportunities for this 2 days to learn from all the learned people. And again, I would like to thank everyone and have a great time. Thanks.
With a profound commitment to education and a vision for empowering individuals through knowledge, Ms. Firdaus Amin Ma'am stands as the driving force behind the Superhouse Education Foundation.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it's a privilege for this kind of an international conference on recent trends in business management, technology and entrepreneurship. I think Allenhouse is one of the premier institutes we have in this city, and it is nurtured by Mukhtar Amin Saab, who is a very visionary person in education. So first of all, at the outset, I want to thank everybody, the organizers, to have such a wonderful business management, technology and entrepreneurship conference. On the eve when we have got fourth industrial revolution on the place, it's very important to talk about the management of business, technology and entrepreneurship. Because the next 10 years or the next 20 years or 30 years will be driven by a lot of AI, a lot of data sciences, a lot of new technologies which will be coming up in the recent trends. And I hope the country is at the pivot when the country has to think that really we have to develop our tools. In fact, in the last 10 years, 15 years, we have seen the whole business has been changed. So earlier the business was basically on a physical mode. Now the business are more of an aggregator kind of a mode. In the business aggregation, we have got a company like Flipkart, Amazon, Byju's, and Swiggy and all other kind of things which are basically aggregated. They don't have their own things, but then they can manage everything. Like if you want to go to the hotel industry, the Trivago and all other apps do manage. If you go to the food industry, all other things do manage. So these type of things do manage all the kind of things, and this is the new business and new business kind of thing which has happened. So what is the startup? The startup ecosystem is a different system which has come into the country, and I think in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, people have got a lot of ideas. They want to innovate, incubate. A lot of people are leaving jobs and trying to do their own business. This is a good sign for this country that there are more business incubators. But there are alarming situations also that most of the unicorn India has been incubated in US, and most of the incubation which is done by the Chinese or the unicorn by the Chinese has been incubated in their own country. So we are looking to the Chinese economy and the US economy and trying to boost our economy into $1 trillion economy, but the path or the way is difficult. If we have to achieve that, then we should have a lot of control on the new businesses, a lot of control on the technology, and a lot of entrepreneurship which can be developed among the people. I think this is a time when all of our youth who are there should know about the technology and should develop some technologies so that we should not import those technologies from there. Like in the earlier generation, we have, all of us have got devices like mobile and all those things. These are all imported by us. None of the technology of semiconductors or any other fabrication is done by the country. I think this is the high time when the country thinks and develop new businesses which is very, very important in terms of fabrication, in terms of production, in terms of the material.
Special thanks to Professor O.P. Shukla sir, Principal National Defence Academy, Pune, and Professor Sudhanshu Pandya sir, Dean Administration, Chhatrapati Sahooji Maharaj University, Kanpur, whose wisdom and guidance have been invaluable. My heartfelt thanks go out to Mr. Visweshwar sir, Miss Mariam ma'am, Professor Lalit, and Lieutenant Arjun Chaudhary sir for their engaging and thoughtful provoking contribution to our discourse. We have been fortunate enough to function under the leadership of our Honorable CMD sir, of Superhouse Education Foundation, Mr. Mukhtar Amin sir, Joint MD, Superhouse Group and Secretary Superhouse Education Foundation, Mr. Zafar Amin sir, Director Superhouse Education Foundation, Ms. Firdaus Amin ma'am, Joint Secretary Allenhouse Group of Institution, Mr. Javed Hashmi sir, Director Management of Allenhouse Group of Institution, Professor Dr. Shivani Kapoor ma'am, Director Admin Allenhouse Group of Institution, Dr. Rupi Chawla ma'am, Director AIT, Dr. Manoj Kumar Mishra sir, Deans, HODs and fellow colleagues for their overwhelming support throughout to make this movement possible and successful. In closing, I once again express my profound thanks to all the dignitaries who graced this conference with their presence. May we all continue to thrive in good health and safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dignitaries. She has significantly contributed to academia with numerous publications and is actively involved in national and international training programs. Respected Conference Chair, Director Management, AJOI, Professor Dr. Shivani Kapoor ma'am.
Thank you so much. At the outset, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's a great honor and privilege for me to be here. I wanted to share my PPT so that you can also see what I'm speaking, because today the theme of the conference that we have kept is recent development in business management, technology and entrepreneurship. And interestingly, I have been working on some of the projects where I'll be able to share more insights about the projects that I have been doing, which revolves around this particular aspect where you are organizing this conference. Nevertheless, thank you so much for inviting me here. It's a great honor to be present here. My sincere gratitude to the organizers, the patrons of this event, Mr. Mukhtar Amin, the director, Dr. Shivani, the other organizing team members. Thank you so much for having me here. When we talk about the modern trends in business management, engineering and entrepreneurship, we have to have an understanding that what is the current status of all of us where we are living. At the end of the day, we need to understand that we just have one planet Earth. And that's the reason the concept of sustainability is going to be the backdrop of each and every activity that we are going to do today. That's the reason what we are going to do now is that every activity that the modern businesses are going to engage in, they need to keep the sustainability of the planet and the backdrop. And that's where the role of the institutions like yours, institutions like mine, are going to play a very important role. So one of the very important things is that we, the higher education institutions, we need to play a very important role because we get students for 3 to 5 years of time, which are going to join the mainstream market in next 5 years. So down the line in 5 years, you'll find that the students who we are having in our campus, they are in a decision-making roles at least for themselves. And in next 10 years, they are into a decision-making role for their family or the organization. So what happens is, there are many things that we need to do. So I can see that I would love to share my screen. That's the good news. Let me share my screen so that you can see what I'm trying to say. I believe my screen is visible now. So we need to have a clear understanding first of all that planet Earth is not something that we have inherited from our parents. It is something that we have borrowed from our children. So whenever we have to look into planet Earth, we need to understand that what kind of planet we are going to pass on to our younger generations.
Dr. Ruby Chawla ma'am, to kindly welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Devjani Roy ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, okay.
Feel absolutely honored to be standing amongst all of you. Thank you, Dr. Ruby and Dr. Shivani, and Shama and Lalit and everybody who worked tirelessly around making each one of us feel very, very comfortable and for calling us here in the first place. Thank you, Allenhouse. Of course, the dignitaries are all gone, but please get the word across that we are extremely privileged to be standing here amongst all of you. Thank you very much. You've been very patient since morning. That patience has to be a little more stretched. Unfortunately, we've got a few messages to give. I'll try and keep it as short as possible because the topic is so diverse that if one starts trying to do justice to it, one can speak the whole day. But that's not the idea. I've been told that I have to keep it crisp almost to 15 to 20 minutes. We'll try and do justice to that. So I'm going to delve right into the middle of the topic and say that I'm going to touch upon just about a couple of areas that me the most. What I think I look forward to seeing them to be manifest much, much more as we go along. So as John F. Kennedy said, that change is the law of life. And whoever seems to be looking too much in the past and looking too much in the present are likely to miss the future. So I think taking a cue from that, I'm going to talk about, as I said, 2 areas in each of these 3 dimensions. The first one I'll talk about is really technology. And we have been talking about technology and technology and technology. Every conference has been speaking about it. AI has been spoken to death. Okay, yes, they're very interesting areas. But what I'm going to touch upon are the 2 things which excites me. The first one is cloud. Okay, and when I say cloud, jo baraste hain wo wale nahi. I'm talking about the cloud which has now become absolutely the harbinger of knowledge. So anything that you talk about, you type, you keep it in your repository in a whiff of a second. If you have the cloud amazingly by your side, you can lift all of that, put it in the backdrop, make a repository. Pata nahi kahan hote hain. Dikhte nahi hain, but they are magnanimous. You can download it at the drop of a hat. It's almost like magic, and anything which is magical, I love it. Okay, because that's a great thing to do. It doesn't take too much space, it doesn't bother me all the time, but yes, whenever I need to access it, it's right there. So cloud to me is a great development in the area of technology. And the second one which excites me is robotics. Okay, the robo, as we say. The mechanical engineering part of it will talk about putting a robot together. The computer science guys will say, okay, let's make it do algorithms. Fantastic, computer science. But the human resource person, which is humbly myself in front of you, I will look at robotics and the robot as my ally. I will look at it as something which can enable me to do my job in a much more productive, faster and constructive manner. So to me, the robo, like a lot of people say, is going to replace the human part of it. I don't agree. As long as the human in human resource is alive, there will be place for each one of us. But what the robo can do is to enable that part of HR which is monotonous, which is routine, which is something which can be crypted and a formula written for it. I think we can do amazing work through a robotic intervention. So the robo and the cloud to me are two very exciting spaces in technology. With that, I move to business management. Okay? Now business management is such a huge, huge space. What do I really talk about? Anything that you talk about seems to be something or the other happening, around that corner. The first thing that had brought in a bit of a revolution thanks to the pandemic, it didn't start off as something which was really desirable.
And I would like to thank obviously Dr. Shivani and management for inviting me here. And how many of you have are aware of copy-paste kind of functionality? Copy-paste in the world, how many of you have been using it? Cut, copy-paste, so I'm just copying every content of the Vijanu and pasting it here because she has stolen my show. But anyway, copy, and I wanted to take you back again. I think the topic is very interesting. And just to keep you awake, I might ask you a few questions. Please stay awake and also answer my questions. How many of you have been using fintech or digital payment application? How many of you are using digital payment application? Very nice. And we all, almost everybody is using, even street hawker, Redibar is also using. I just wanted to connect three aspects, the topic which says that business management, second we're talking about technology, and third is entrepreneurship. I just call it as entrepreneurship is a compass. Technology is a vehicle. And business development, business management is a roadmap of journey to success. All these three words are connected. And I want to take you back, since I just talked about copy-paste. It's a very old technology and we have been using it. And I would take you to a story, real-time example of obviously one of the well-known startup founder. And you might need to just tell me the name of that person. So the application which you are using currently, what is the name of the application which you use frequently? The first application which was used to make all the payments digitally. Which was that? Paytm. What is the full form of Paytm? Nobody knows. Anybody is aware of Paytm full form? We have been using, but we don't know what is the full form, right? Pay through mobile. So I wanted to connect these three dots, entrepreneurship. Second, I want to connect the business management and technology. The owner of this Paytm, what he did, he just envisioned what is going to be the future. And he envisioned that everywhere data consumption and mobile technology will rule the world. He envisioned that in 2000, around 2000 or 2001. When he envisioned that, that means he has inculcated entrepreneurship in himself. And that is what is required in all of us. We need to think of future. We need to envision something now, just to be ready to deal with the future. Second thing, what he did, when he started with this, he started only with a very simple kind of requirement which says making the bill payment digitally. I remember in 2000 or so, a lot of people were standing in queue and making payment in cash. He made life of everyone easy by incorporating digital payment in the system, in the mobile technology. One activity done. So that means envision used technology, which is mobile app, to make this thing happen. And what is the third aspect? Business management. How can we connect business management to that? He found, how should I expand? If I would continue with the same kind of approach for making or allowing users to make payment, he thought, let me just expand further. Then he needed to use business management skill.
The most useless thing on the planet is technology. It's only an enabler. Yes, I was right. So these two people have, and the panel before us have covered almost everything that I wanted to say. But yes, I will still keep you awake. I was thinking कि यहाँ यार हमसे बड़ा कोई है ही नहीं, हम अपने आप को बूढ़ा समझने लगे थे. Till two gentlemen walked in a little while ago and I felt young. Cheers for you. I felt young again. अभी जब बात हो रही थी about technology, about management, about entrepreneurship, I was reminded of a joke that I probably heard about 45-50 years ago. And that joke was, तब हम engineering पढ़ रहे थे. जब engineering पढ़ रहे थे, पहले physics पढ़ के आए थे, फिर हम engineering पढ़ने लगे. So the joke was that there were three people: an engineer, a manager, and a physicist, and there was a fourth gentleman. He was a politician. तो पहला जो मैनेजर बोलता है कि ऐसा है, फिजिसिस्ट बोलता है कि had we not discovered these laws, this country would have not, or this world would not be the same that it is today. इंजीनियर बोलता है, अरे तुम्हारे लॉस से क्या होता? If I had not developed it into something, people wouldn't have used anything from the basic fundamentals that you would have found. और दोनों ने कहा, लेकिन सबसे पहले तो केओस था ना, केओस पे मैंने लॉ डिस्कवर किया. उसने कहा, हाँ केओस से लॉ हुआ, लॉ से मैंने डेवलप किया. मैनेजर कहता है, उस केओस से तुम लोगों ने ये सब किया, लेकिन मार्केट में तो मैंने जाके दिया ना. पॉलिटिशियन चुप बैठा था, सारे रास्ते चुप रहा इस डिस्कशन में. वो बाद में कहता है, लेकिन केओस किसने पैदा किया? तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, there is a basic physics का principle है. Many of you are all physics background वाले ना, engineering physics जानते हो ना? Delta S by T, entropy, disorder shall always increase. All right. So the couple of things which are getting confused today कि हमको success के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, हमारे क्या वो चीजें हैं जो भौतिक तो हैं, they are making big waves, just like what's happening right now. We talked about AI, we talked about robotics, we talked about cryptocurrency, we talked about all sorts of developments which are making things happen. भगवद गीता का सबसे संजय उवाच है ना, धृतराष्ट्र से पहले है ना संजय उवाच. संजय उवाच क्या कर रहे थे वो क्या देख के कह रहे थे? वो टेलीकम्युनिकेशन कर रहे थे. Now, let me tell you, I was listening to all these things: Amazon, Ola, Uber, Oyo, shopping of all kinds, Zomato, Swiggy, खट दबाया. मैं देवजानी के साथ आज से 28 बरस पहले एक ही कंपनी में काम करता था. ये दिल्ली में होती थी, हम भोपाल में रहते थे, और दिल्ली से भोपाल बात नहीं कर सकते थे, देख नहीं सकते थे एक दूसरे को. So please understand that there is something more fundamental, and that is telecommunication. ये इंटरनेट की दुनिया जो है, ये इंटरनेट होता क्या है? इंटरनेट is nothing but a network of computers, and that is what the cloud that she was referring to is. The cloud is nothing but millions of computers put together with their memories shared with everybody else. That's the cloud. So you don't know where your data is. So cloud is the riskiest thing on the planet. Somebody can break information. That is why today cybersecurity is the #1 business in the whole world. जितना इंटरनेट डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो रहा है, उससे 10 गुना साइबर सिक्योरिटी का डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है. जितने बैंकिंग को ज्यादा ऑन द टिप ऑफ योर फिंगर्स कर रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा फ्रॉड होना शुरू कर दिए हैं. एवरी डे यू आर गेटिंग फ्रॉड बिजनेसेस, so you have to protect. So now let me put you in a sense that this telecommunication जो हम लोगों ने शुरुआत किया था आज से कई साल पहले, फंडामेंटल चीज. अच्छा, ये किसी को मालूम है कानपुर की खूबियां क्या हैं? लेदर. और बताइए.
अच्छे लोग like us.
हम कुछ अच्छी चीजें बता रहे हैं, चमड़ा तो चमड़ा है जो भी है। टेक्सटाइल यार तुम तो वही बता रहे हो जो सब बंद हो गया। टेक्सटाइल बंद हो गया, चमड़ा उन्नाव चला गया, तो कानपुर में तो कुछ बचा ही नहीं।
पढ़ाई बन गई,
पढ़ाई आ रही है। ऐसा है कानपुर के लिए बहुत देर आर मेनी थिंग्स दैट यू शुड बी प्राउड ऑफ। सबसे पहली एसटीडी कॉल कहां से हुई थी? कानपुर से। Subscriber dialing in the country was first done from the city of Kanpur. वो कौन सा शायद बिरहाना रोड एक्सचेंज। दूसरी चीज, सबसे पहली कंक्रीट रोड दो शहरों के बीच में जो बनी थी, कानपुर और लखनऊ के, अभी तो बर्बाद कर दिया सड़क को। आज से 50-60 साल पहले सब लोग, आप लोग को याद होगी कि सड़क नहीं, आपके पीछे सब लोगों को पता होगा, पहले कंक्रीट की सड़क थी यहाँ पे कानपुर से लखनऊ के बीच में।
कि आपने कई सारी मूवियाँ देखी होंगी, उनमें देखा होगा कि हम रोबोट, पहले तो रोबोट हमारे अनुसार काम करते थे, लेकिन कभी कभी वो इतने इंटेलिजेंट हो जाते हैं कि उनके प्रोसेस को हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाते और वो रिवर्स ऑर्डर में प्रोसेस करने लगते हैं। बस इस प्रोसेस को कंट्रोल करने के लिए जो हम सॉफ्ट प्रोग्राम या PID प्रोग्राम लिखते हैं, तो हम अब ऐसे मॉडल पे वर्क कर रहे हैं जो उस प्रोसेस को से उसे अलग ना होने दें। लेकिन ये काम 80 to 90% ही अब कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, 100% नहीं कंट्रोल कर सकते, बिकॉज इट इज नॉट अ वन मैन वर्क, it is a team work. Therefore, we are writing the algorithms and AI, training the AI models and implementing the automobile and other sectors. Therefore, increase the productivity and everything. And whole system not depend upon the AI model. But फिर भी आज हमारे पास जो whole system है not depend upon AI model. But in future many models comes, they are totally, a total system depend upon AI models, and automation is various its technique, its technology, various improvement related to industry and other sector like a process, reduce the errors and quality outputs. Main objective of our research, how to AI application implemented in automation sector and how to recent industry convert in the advanced help of the advanced technology and benefits is increase the productivity and efficiency. And job displacement. Job displacement means many sectors, many minds are worked in the many industries, as like automobiles, mobiles industries, and software industries, and other industries that is directly, indirectly related to human life. Sorry, ma'am.
Please conclude. Time is up.
Ma'am, 1 minute more.
Please conclude.
Just I want to conclude because I am not aware about the time. How to AI integration, industry automated with the help of machine
urban regeneration in Kanpur. Events, by their inherent dynamism, possess the power to spark change. They act as vibrant magnets, attracting people, fostering a sense of community, and initiating a flow of investment. This paper studies how strategic integration of event within a Kanpur's urban regeneration narrative can breathe new life into cityscape. The spectrum of events that hold promise for Kanpur is vast. Cultural celebration can reconnect residents with their rich heritage, forecasting a sense of pride and belonging. This topic is belonging to the event management, because nowadays event industry is growing day by day. The introduction is continued. Thus, currently explore the specific type of event that hold the most potential for Kanpur, analyzing their impact on various facts of urban life. We are thus including 3 facts economic engine. How can events stimulate local business, attractive investment, and create new job opportunities within the city? Can these events act as a launch pads for local entrepreneurs and artisans, showcasing their talent to a wider audience? Social fabric. In what ways can events foster a sense of community, pride and belonging, bridging exciting divides within the city? Diverse population. Can they create a platform for cultural exchange and understanding, forecasting a more vibrant and inclusive social fabric? Physical transformation. How can event act as a catalyst for infrastructure improvement? Public space development and historic preservation effort. Can they be liberalized to revitalize neglected areas, transforming them into a vibrant hub for activity and interaction? The objective of this research to gauge the perspective of residents and stakeholders with the target regeneration zone regarding the impact of event-driven initiative on various social economics aspects like economic activity, social cohesion, and the physical environment. Objective to analyze the effectiveness of event-driven regeneration strategies in Kanpur by examining change in key socio-economic indicators including popularity values, employment rates, and residents' satisfaction level. Basically, this research में मैं ये करना चाहता हूँ कि मैं basically मेरा event से related काम है. That's why I'm choosing the event management because event management industry grow day by day. एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मैंने रिसर्च में पढ़ा था कि आजकल जो हमारा लाइफ है 1/3 ऑफ लाइफ इनकम जो कि हम लोग कमाते हैं 1/3 इनकम टोटल लाइफ की हम अपने बच्चों की शादियों में खर्च करते हैं। तो ये एक ऐसी रिसर्च है मैं करना चाहता हूँ जिसपे कि हम एक छोटे से लेके लोगों को अपॉर्चुनिटीज देंगे कि जिससे वो लोग आगे बढ़े। एक इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट एक छोटे लेवल से लेके बड़े से लेवल तक होगा। एक इवेंट इंडस्ट्री का ऐसा ग्रोइंग अपॉर्चुनिटी है जहाँ पे एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज आती हैं, नए चैलेंजेस आते हैं। जैसे आज भी हम लोग एक इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं तो उस पर भी एक फोकस होना चाहिए कि हमको इसको कितना अच्छा बनाना चाहिए। यही मेरी रिसर्च का टॉपिक है और मैं इसी पर अपनी बात को कहना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Our topic is basically on this particular study. Sir, I would like to. The flow of presentation will go like this: introduction, then we have got a literature review, then methodology powered by analysis and findings, and then the summary of the key findings which go into this particular study. The introduction, basically we talk about the online learning. To the use of internet to support individual learning or organizational performance. So online learning can be done even by an individual and it can be even taken up by an organization also. So what are the benefits? Basically that it lowers down the education cost. It helps bringing all students from various geographical boundaries and it ultimately leads down to the low cost of dissemination of education to everyone. So the problem statement what we are trying to do here is we are trying to model or research model wherein what we have identified that there are various variables which have been used as extensions in established information systems and information technology theories like technology acceptance model, UTA, UT, that is Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, Theory of Plant Behavior. And research has been done on these theories including combination of the models or taking variables just to increase the behavioral intention. So what we are trying to do is trying to identify the behavioral intention of the learners for online learning programs using a model which has got only the extensions. Only the extended variables. So variables typically vary from study to study depending upon the context, depending upon the geographical location. So what we have used here is we have identified variables which have been used as extensions. And we have used the model for creation of model interpretive structural modeling and Micmac analysis. Okay, so the research question goes as what variables were commonly used as extensions during with well-known ISIT theories And can the identified variables be clubbed together in the form of a hierarchy to explain the behavioral intentions for all learning? So what is basically ISM? It is interpretive structural modeling, which is primarily an interpretive learning process that portrays the variables in such a way that they form a meaningful model. Right? It was way back in 1973 identified or developed by John Nelson Barfield, and it is a qualitative method of transforming complex articulated structural models into well-defined conceptual models. So it has got 4 steps. First is creation of SSIM, that is a structured self-interaction matrix, which gets converted into reachability matrix, and the reachability matrix gets converted into level partitioning and ultimately leading to the formation of an ISM model, which is also considered as or called as digraph. And what is MICMAC? MICMAC methodology basically analyzes the interaction between the variables, how these variables are interlinked with each other. Okay, so it is a principal approach which is based on matrix multiplication process. And it typically categorizes all the variables into 4 quadrants: autonomous, independent, dependent, and linkage variables. So we started with our literature review. The database search were from JGate, ProQuest, Google Scholar, IEEE. The study period was from January 2013 to December 2013. We extracted research papers from these databases using the keywords like online learning, M-learning, which is mobile learning, e-learning, with adoption, acceptance, intention, or continuous.
Today I am going to discuss about our research topic, that is integrated analysis of factor influencing rooftop solar panel adaptation in educational institute. Again, it is a MICMAC approach as previous. So the content is actually, this is the content actually. So we talk about the introduction, why we use to, you can just choose the educational institute here, because as we know, the maximum solar irradiance or maximum energy utilization in any educational institute is in daytime, right? So rooftop solar plant, if we use in the educational institution, that is more suitable. Then utilization of roof is the second thing that I discuss here. That is the main role. That's why I choose the educational institute and research scholar, because in any educational institute which carries research publications or research work like MTech program, through which a student can get you can say beneficial by getting the research in the rooftop research on rooftop you can say panel coefficient and their output, their result. So this is what the reason behind it, why we choose this in educational institute only. So what are the challenges to adopt rooftop solar panel in educational institute? The challenges is initially it is very costly, and in educational institute it is monitoring and observation is the main concern, because in educational institute there is you can say we are not hiring any special engineer for that. Otherwise it is very needed, right? So roof suitability.
Whatever company supplies it,
yes,
they maintain it.
Yeah, actually in our system maintain it, but they if I feel that okay, this time the solar is not working working as proper as I want, in that case we complain, we make complaint, then that person come in our institute and they manage, they see all the observation of all the variables, right? So we are not hiring someone who permanently work on this college for a single 180 to 200 kilowatt power solar supply. So we are not we are not doing any investment. So these are the you can say the proper challenges that educational institute can face. Lack of technical expertise and lack of awareness. Sometimes education institute or different management team cannot explain about the real benefit of solar panel, because they think there is a lots of rumor in market, like after 2 to 3 years the efficiency will be go down, and we will not get the output. So how can we get the payback after investing so much of money? So these type of things, that is also you can say going towards the challenges.
Summarize this session. So let's start. I would say thank you everyone for being present here and being an active listener. So yes, that's more important, because a leader doesn't exist unless or until there are followers. So same, if a speaker is talking and nobody is listening, there is no use. That session started with an interesting speeches or the talk where everybody started lighting or maybe talking about the theme of this conference. And theme is business management, which is again the broader topic, technology and entrepreneurship. And I was sitting since beginning and I was listening to each keynote speaker. अरे ये तो मेरा point बोल गए, अब मैं क्या बोलूँ? है ना, वो सबके points तो more or less जब इस तरह के conferences होते हैं, and the theme is like कभी किसी ने कहा AI, तो everybody will talk on AI, n number of things about AI. So if they are from corporate, so definitely their talk was aligned in the same manner. But I was seeing how they were changing the content. So as Devjani ma'am, she's from HR area, and we had a lot of discussion. So we were discussing how this new technology is bringing the change to the organization. Everybody talked about positive thing. Everyone. बल्कि सर ने अभी एक क्वेश्चन पूछा था ड्यूरिंग लंच, विल इट चेंज द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द हायर एजुकेशन? टेक्नोलॉजी सर, शायद पीछे सर यही सवाल आपसे पूछ रहे थे ना कि क्या बिल्डिंग बदल जाएगी? हाँ, बदल रही है, इट्स चेंजिंग. बिल्डिंग नहीं बदल रही, ईंट वैसी है, बट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. Recently I submitted one book proposal to Emerald, and immediately I got 2 remarks from the same part, and that was not only this AI, because I was talking about disruptive technology. So they said, is it only going to help, or disruptive means some negative thing? Where is that ethical aspect? And I was referring to operations and supply chain. So both the speakers, Mr. Neeraj and Mr. Devjani, they were talking about how this technology is intervening and how the entrepreneurship is getting so important nowadays. It's not only about doing service, it's all about creating jobs. And in fact, PM Modi ji is aligning his vision, जो उन्होंने 2050 वाला दिया है, तो major focus is on innovation. And maybe you will be surprised, how many of you have heard PM Shri School? 1 person, 2, 3, good. क्योंकि आप online learning पे हैं. What is it? That is school, और वो ज़्यादातर आपके ये KB and government schools है. अभी उन्होंने ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट करी है, जो कि मेरी मतलब my university was host of this PM Shri program, and all principals were called for 3 days to the campus, sitting like a teacher and attending those sessions about innovation. जो Smart India Hackathon है, ये जो project developments है, they are starting from school. जो morning में आपके Miss Mariam talked about कि how these competitions are taking places in school.
Especially I want to say to students, those who are sitting back, because we are the academicians, we are learning every day. But for the students, you should know what are the model skills. The topic is very relevant nowadays. As far as what I have written for you, there are 8 major skills which are revolutionize your job opportunities. Number 1, communication skills. Number 2, independent learning skills. Because nowadays online platforms providing you so many inputs. So what is worthful for you? What is base for you? It is you have to decide. So number 2 is independent learning skills. Number 3, thinking skills. Creative thinking, natural thinking, and innovative thinking. Number 4, responsibility and ethics skills. Because the more use of internet. Leadership skills, digital skills, knowledge management skills, and self-directing learning and leadership skills. These are the 8 major skills which are, my mind, it is useful for students who are going to cope up with the current business scenario. Once again, I am thankful for the organization, especially Shivani ma'am, that he gave me a chance to interact with you. Thank you all. Thank you.
दोनों के बाद नेत्री प्रोफेसर त्रिपाठी कमिश्री आगरा, माय फैमिली मेंबर डॉक्टर देवेश और इस सारे यज्ञ का जिन्होंने आयोजन किया, ऐसे डॉक्टर शिवानी जी एक बहुत शानदार तालियों के पात्र है ये इंस्टीट्यूट और यहाँ की सर्वे सर्वा डॉक्टर शिवानी जी जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा सारस्वत महायज्ञ यहाँ पर रचाया और उसमें कुछ आहुतियों के लिए हम लोगों को भी याद किया, इसके लिए आपका विशेष आभार। जितनी सारी बातें इस मंच से हो चुकी हैं उसके बाद कहने को सिर्फ यही रह जाता है कि जो बातें यहाँ से कही गई हैं उनका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सतही स्तर पर कुछ ना कुछ हो जाए। सबने बातें की एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की, स्किल डेवलपमेंट की, बिल्कुल समाज की आवश्यकता भी है। हम लोग अगर आपसे पहले सिर्फ उद्देश्य विहीन शिक्षा को लेकर के बात होती थी, हम पढ़ रहे हैं क्यों? क्योंकि कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं इसलिए पढ़ रहे हैं। आज की तारीख में ये देखने की बात आ गई है, जो आप भी छोटे रहे होंगे दिनेश जी, आप भी छोटे रहे होंगे, हमारी अम्मा कहती थी, हम लोग जब पढ़ाई नहीं करते थे वो कहती थी भैया पढ़ोगे नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी, भैया पढ़ोगे नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी। यानी कि हमें घुट्टी में बता दिया गया मतलब कि भाई करनी है तो नौकरी करनी है, नहीं करनी है तो नौकरी करनी है, इसका और पता ही नहीं कुछ। काश किसी ने यह भी बताया होता कुछ ऐसा भी किया जा सकता है जिससे 10 लोगों को नौकरी दी जा सके, आपकी चूल्हे के साथ साथ 10 लोगों का चूल्हा भी कहीं ना कहीं से जल सके। आज खुशकिस्मती है एनईपी की वजह से कम ऐसी चीजें हो गई हैं कि आप स्किल डेवलपमेंट या किसी भी तरीके से जो साथ में और शिक्षा की विधाएं हैं वो उच्च शिक्षा के सापेक्ष आकर के खड़ी हो गई हैं। बहुत अच्छा समय है जिसको हम लोग अमृतकाल कह रहे हैं। निश्चित तौर पर ये समय अच्छा समय है जबकि हम लोग देख सकते हैं कि सिर्फ नौकरी पाने के लिए ज्ञान की आवश्यकता नहीं है। नारद में कहा गया है सा विद्या या विमुक्त है, विद्या वो है जो हमें बंधनों से मुक्त करे, ये नहीं कि हमें और तमाम तरीके के बंधनों में जकड़ दे। आज समय की आवश्यकता भी है और आप सब लोगों ने इस ज्ञान यज्ञ के द्वारा ये जाना भी है कि किन दिशाओं में हमको आगे बढ़ना है। बहरहाल एक बहुत साधुवाद की पात्र है इस एलेनहाउस इंस्टीट्यूट की टीम जिसने, ये मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ, ये महायज्ञ यहाँ पर रचा, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है ये छोटे छोटे प्रयास उन चिरागों की तरह होते हैं जो हमारा पथ प्रशस्त करते हैं, जो हमारा मार्ग आगे प्रकाशित करते हैं। क्योंकि मेरा अपना मानना है कि एक न एक क्षमा अंधेरे में जलाए रखिए, एक न एक क्षमा अंधेरे में जलाए रखिए, सुबह होने को है माहौल बनाए रखिए, सुबह होने को है माहौल बनाए रखिए। और ये माहौल बनाने का काम एलेनहाउस इंस्टीट्यूट और उसकी टीम जिस तरीके से कर रही है, एक बार फिर से शानदार और जोरदार तालियां इस इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए, यहाँ के सलाहकारों के लिए, यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Presented for very good paper. Particularly, I was impressed by your paper, sir. I don't remember your name. Anyway, जो भी नाम और आपके साथ जो वो था. Yes. So it was excellent paper. और I would like that you should further extend this work. This can give very good results. And besides papers, other papers were also good. It doesn't mean that other paper was not qualitatively good. They were also good. But yet more important, what's the discussion after those papers. That was a lively discussion, and particularly I will heartily appreciate Madam's contribution. The way she was commenting, it was commendable, wonderful. So, and if such persons do attend audience, then the paper readers are themselves, I should say, very. So I am very thankful for your presence. Bhajpayee ji, who has turned very good friend just in few minutes. So I am thankful for him also. And Shivani ji is very hardworking and very intelligent also. So besides and Alok ji, who has accompanied me to this place here, and Shipra, his daughter, so I am thankful that they took pains to come with me. One thing which I want to specifically communicate to the researchers, the prospective researchers, paper readers, that if you think that you are going to undertake the technical studies so that you don't need to study the generic things. You don't need to read newspaper extensively. What I want to say here, यहाँ जो मैं बहुत जोर देके कहना चाहता हूँ, please take it underline, that generic reading is itself very, very important, and it gives you very good insight. And that is why you should make your habit to read the newspaper thoroughly. Although this is the era of electronic media, yet you cannot undermine the importance of newspaper reading. And you know very elaborate methodology. You are highly technical expert, yet research problem, seeking research problem or drawing research problem is the first step towards a good research. And if you cannot choose the relevant and important research problem, and you are not clear about that, you are not precise about that, then you will definitely find it very difficult to produce a very valuable research.
जो मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर उन्होंने किताब लिखी थी, इस किताब को जो आप पढ़ते हैं तो वो लास्ट का चैप्टर कंक्लूडिंग पे आते हैं, तो ही टॉक्स अबाउट द रिसर्च, और ही टॉक के आप उस चैप्टर को पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें लिखती है कि अगर ज़िंदगी में सोनी में सबसे बड़ा वेस्टफुल एफर्ट किया तो वो रिसर्च में इन्वेस्टमेंट है। 79 में वो बुक पब्लिश हुई थी। मैं उस किताब को पढ़ता हूँ, मैंने 2-3 बार उस किताब को पढ़ने की कोशिश करी, और उसी समय सोनी का लास्ट इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट वॉकमैन आया था। उसके बाद सोनी ने कोई भी लेटेस्ट अपना इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में लॉन्च नहीं किया और वो खत्म हो गया। आज जब मैं एजुकेशन की बात करता हूँ, मेरे सर के साथ आया था तो मैं जानने की कोशिश करता हूँ, जब हम ऑनलाइन में आने की कोशिश करते हैं, क्या हम ऐसा टीचर, ऐसा रिसर्चर इन बिल्डिंग्स में अपने को सस्टेन कर पाएंगे, ये सोचने का समय आ गया। मैं आप सबसे ऐसा रिसर्चर, ऐसा टीचर सबसे कहना चाहूँगा, कभी तो जब मैं अपने 9th और 10th में अपने बच्चे को देखता हूँ जो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन करता है, पढ़ने की कोशिश करता है, तो उसका इंटरेस्ट स्कूल आने में नहीं, उसका इंटरेस्ट कॉलेज में जाने का नहीं है। उसका इंटरेस्ट है कि मेरे को जो चीज़ है, जो फैसिलिटी है पढ़ने की, वो मोबाइल और टैबलेट पे मिलेगी। तो वाई आई विल गो टू दी कॉलेज, वाई आई विल रीड दी बुक्स। तो ये आप जब मैडम कह रही थी, मैं इसको डिस्कस कर रहा था, बहुत बड़ी बिल्डिंग सब मैं देख रहा हूँ, सब जगह बन रही है, क्या ये बिल्डिंग्स एग्जिस्ट कर पाएंगी या किस रूप में करेंगी, ये क्वेश्चनेबल बात है। और इसी की सर्च में मैं लगा हुआ हूँ एज ए टीचर। मैं वैसे मैथमेटिशियन हूँ, मैं पूरा दिन 4 साल से पूरा हिंदुस्तान घूम रहा हूँ मेरा, और लोगों से इंटरेक्शन करके बाद टीचर के रूप में ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ आफ्टर, बल्कि प्रो कोविड के बाद, कि हमारा एग्जिस्टेंस एज टीचर, ऐसा रिसर्चर कैसे बना रहेगा। क्योंकि अभी हमें लग रहा है कि बच्चे हमारे पास आ रहे हैं पढ़ने के लिए, वो बच्चा वो आ रहा है जिसके पास कोई विकल्प नहीं है, वो सोच नहीं पा रहा है। इनोवेटिव थिंकिंग वाला बच्चा, वो उसके पास बहुत से टूल्स आ गए, तो क्या एज अ टीचर हम उनको अपने साथ बनाए रख सकते हैं? मैं इसी क्वेश्चन को जानने के लिए आज कोशिश कर रहा था, और यही बात
I invite Shiv Bahadur Singh sir to please come. To be the imam, sir to please come. Apurva Dwedi imam,
sir.
Please invite Shivani Mishra ma'am to please come upon the stage. Ma'am to come upon the dais.
Parvati.
Yes.
May I please request Dr. Neeraj Shukla sir and Dr. Devesh Tripathi sir to come upon the dais.
नीरज जी से भी आपने मिलवा दिया, बहुत दिन बाद मिलेंगे।
अरे आप उधर ही आ जाइए। फ्रेंड्स साथ में होने चाहिए।
शायरी का जुनून। Thank you.
यार
stand today is around $3 trillion economy. We have to travel from $3 trillion to the $30 trillion economy. This is what our government is planning to do. That how, what recent changes are going to determine and which are leading us from the present state to the future, what we are thinking, what we are just really we all stakeholders of the society, be it the business community, be it the primary sector of the economy, that means the services which are like IT and other companies which are there. Primary and the agriculture sector, obviously the contribution has declined over the period of time. Sector which is called in the economy, in the business as the secondary sector of the economy is around 30%. And the largest contribution to the GDP is from.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us.
Taking it on another way around, I am starting my conversation with you, taking myself on the entrepreneurship. Rest of the things, when I am talking about management and the technology, it may always play a supportive role. A growth story being contributed by GDP. Rather, they have scaled themselves down to the last man standing.
I am more than happy to tell you the story. And it is a parent. So, you are a coach. What is it? Hear me now. We are in a society which is working for a financial inclusion. We are the cheapest way in the world. So when we are moving in this kind of environment, we are also in this kind of gaming. It is not really study. It is more like active, suffer the defeat, rise again, go further. Till that time, you are going to read the success story to tell a success story. So the time, over the time, we are going to talk about. So on this method, you have more day and night to make this a success. And today and tomorrow, you will have more and more technical sessions where they are more.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Last 2017 and 18, I am again here to share my experiences in our practices in Nepal. Respected chief guest, distinguished guest, highly honored and privileged for me to stand and share my experiences on this international conference on recent development in business management, technology and entrepreneurship. The theme itself speaks volumes about dynamics and ever-evolving landscape we navigate. Yet beneath the surface of these advancements lies a constant undercurrent, the VUCA world we inhabit. As an academician and a social entrepreneur, I share my experiences on the basis of VUCA model, like we have been experiencing applying to start the environmental challenges we face from the ever-present threat of black swan events, unforeseen occurrences with massive impact, to the looming presence of grey rhinos, highly probable yet neglected threats is global economy, and also let's share our best learning practices, Nepal and India. Let's leave our relationship forward. Long live India, long live Nepal. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be here. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for
Krishna and many more. So I can start with among the first management book, Bhagavad Gita, Karmandevari. We are aware that there is no direct relationship between what you do, your deeds, and its outcome. But it doesn't mean you should stop working to articulate this relationship, and establishing this relationship is management, and then even further to the business. So, religion and business are very much intertwined to ensure morality and growth in business. So, as through that slope we can see there is a difference between what we perceive and reality, and management can be correct and taking the limited action. But technology made us or provided us unlimited capacity to collect data through various sensors, various other tools, and then...
Deputy Director at Center for Cybersecurity in Sardar Patel University of Police, Security and Criminal Justice, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. I'm very thankful for all the conference chair and conveners, especially Professor Varun Shukla, since we had been initiating and discussing on the topic, and to say a few words on conducting in this kind of conferences. And eventually, when I was going through with the topics and the tracks of the conference itself, I was quite amazed to see the technological aspects, the management aspects, and all the new upcoming technologies.
It's already time, and firstly, I would like to welcome everyone for this international conference, all the dignitaries, all the guests, people from other countries, people from all parts of India are here. So I'd like to welcome you all, and also I can see future entrepreneurs sitting there. So this morning we were discussing we need more talented people, more skilled people, more entrepreneurial base, which other cities of India are doing. So that's what we were talking about. So, we need talent in Kanpur, and I'm sure, I can see many faces, they have the fire in themselves to be the next entrepreneur. So all of us to exchange ideas, to learn from each other, because as the topic goes, like we are talking about the changes, the new developments in the field of management, technology, entrepreneurship. So before the 1990s, but now what we see is every year something is changing, something new is coming up. So in this atmosphere, we need to
conference. On the eve when we have got fourth industrial revolution on the place, it's very important to talk about the management of business, technology and enterprise will be driven by a lot of AI, lot of data sciences, a lot of new technologies which will be coming up in the recent trends. And thanks to the speakers who have come, and this is thanks to the principal and thanks to the ma'am, Shivani madam, who has organized such a wonderful workshop. I'm not able to be present in person there. Sorry for that.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Now, I would request the dignitaries.
I am particularly honored to acknowledge our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur, Professor Vinay Pathak Sir, whose keynote address has profoundly elevated the standard of our discussion. A special thank
could not do without acknowledging his request also. I, on behalf of Allenhouse Group of Institution, acknowledge his presence here and sincere apologies that we have to do it after the national anthem. Now we can go ahead.
But what I'm going to touch upon are the two things which excites me. The first one is cloud. Cloud, which has now become absolutely the harbinger of knowledge. So anything that you talk about, you type, you keep it in your repository in a whiff of a second. If you have the cloud amazingly by your side, you can lift all of that, put it in the backdrop, make a repository. पता नहीं कहाँ होते हैं, दिखते नहीं हैं, but they are magnanimous. You can download it at the drop of a hat. It's almost like magic, and anything which is magical, I love it. Okay, because that's a great thing to do. It doesn't take too much space, it doesn't bother me all the time. Putting a robot together. The computer science guys will say, okay, let's make it do algorithms. Fantastic, computer science. But the human resource person, which is humbly myself in front of you, I will look at robotics and the robo. There will be place for each one of us. But what the robo can do is to enable that part of HR which is monotonous. I think we can do amazing work through a robotic intervention. So to business management, okay? Now business management is such a huge space. As something which was really desirable, or that we were looking to it, but then it happened, and happened in big measure, which is work from home, which is reverse. The whole workplace has undergone a change. The ways of human resource management, the ways of... So till yesterday, because your employee team was sitting in front of us, we could do all kinds of strategic leveraging of management through the human presence. But today, you don't have a presence many of the times. So what do? You hone your skills. You make sure that your leadership capability, which everybody used to take it for granted yesterday, is a new paradigm today. How new challenge? It's a new way of living a managerial life. And I think it's very exciting because it opens us the challenges for each one of us to make people do better and to try and hone skills which were not there earlier. Apart from this, I think the other very interesting area of management which I'd like to talk about is holistic management. Business development today takeaways from this.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts.
For organizing such an event, because this is very important for all of us to awake ourselves and just to make us realize what's happening in the world. And I would like to thank obviously Dr. Shivani and management for inviting me here. And how many of you have are aware of copy-paste kind of functionality? Copy-paste in the world? How many of you have been using it? Cut, copy-paste, so I'm just copying every content of Devjani Ma'am and pasting it here because she has stolen my show. And just to keep you awake, I might ask you a few questions. Please stay awake and also answer my questions. How many of you have been using fintech or digital payment application? How many of you are using digital payment application? Very nice. Three aspects, the topic which says that business management, second we are talking about technology, and third is entrepreneurship. I just call it as entrepreneurship is a compass. Technology is a vehicle. And business development, business management is a roadmap of journey to success. All these three words are connected. And I want to take you back, since I just talked about copy-paste. It's a very old technology and we have been using it. And I would take you to a story, real-time example of entrepreneurship. Second, I want to connect with business management and technology. The owner of this Paytm, what he did, he just envisioned what is going to be the future. And he envisioned that everywhere data consumption and mobile technology will rule the world. He envisioned that in 2000, around 2000.
फोन चाहिए, देखो बिल्कुल फोन मिलेगा, पैसे नहीं देंगे, फोन चाहिए पैसे नहीं देंगे। अब वो 8-10 थे, हम अकेले थे, तो हमने कहा तुम सब बात करोगे कि अकेले बात करोगे? अब उसको भी शर्म आई, उसने बाकियों को कमरे से बाहर कर दिया, सामने बैठ गया। हमने चुपचाप से पीछे जाके कुंडी लगाई, अपने आके बैठ गए। इन भाई साहब ने पिस्तौल निकाल के टेबल पे रख दी। तो स्टाइल है, वो कह रहे फोन चाहिए। हमने चुपचाप से पिस्तौल उठाई, देखा बड़ी अच्छी है, हमने कहा लेकिन इससे बढ़ता नहीं है कोई। हमने कहा सुनो, उनका नाम था रविंद्र यादव, हमने कहा सुनो रघु, हम यहाँ से उठ के और जोर से तुम्हें थप्पड़ मार दें, वो तुम ऐसा लड़के देख रहे हैं, शीशे का कांच था वो बिल्कुल साफ साफ, तो तुम्हारी तो बेइज्जती हो जाएगी और तुम जो है पिस्तौल से उठा के हमको गोली मारोगे, ये मनाना कि हम मर जाएं। तो अब चक्कर में कि इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? तो हमने कहा इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि अगर हम नहीं मर रहे तो बेटा कल सुबह कानपुर से 2 लोग आ जाएंगे। जबलपुर भी कानपुर से डरता है आज भी। So this is something I have lot of pride in Kanpur. Kanpur is definitely one of the most powerful cities. We have to harness the energy. कई कारणों से पीछे रह गया, एक कारण बहुत,
और फल की बिना इच्छा से आपको काम करना है।
आप क्या इम्तिहान दोगे बिना नंबर की इच्छा किए?
सर ये इम्तहान मतलब ये एक परिणाम को नहीं बता रहा, जैसे इम्तहान एक एग्ज़ाम होता है, ये एक कर्म का बता रहे हैं। इम्तहान से पहले का जो कर्म है वो अगर आप केवल इसलिए करें कि एग्ज़ाम आपका
यही तो गड़बड़ी हो गई ना।
आप नहीं, हम सिर्फ कर्म कर सकते हैं सर, फल की इच्छा का
इच्छा शब्द का इस्तेमाल नहीं है।
दूसरा ये जो आपने पूछा कि नंबर के बिना, ये फल जो भी इच्छा कर रहा है वो फल ही गलत सोच रहा है, क्योंकि एग्जामिनेशन देने का या पढ़ने का जो मतलब है वो नंबर गेन करना नहीं है, वो नॉलेज गेन करना।
बिल्कुल। I would say you are warm, you are not hot yet.
This is karmanyavadhikarasti. Karma is the process. You can control the process. Process is your control. Result is not your control. Do not try to control the result.
Again, you are a little hotter than him, little warmer than him. Just still not hot. Just still not. चीज है कर्मण्यवाधिकारस्ते, मतलब अर्जुन तुम्हारे कर्म पे तुम्हारा पूरा अधिकार है और फल के ऊपर कभी भी नहीं, अधिकार कभी भी नहीं है। लेकिन अनिच्छा मत करो कि फल छोड़ दो, कर्म छोड़ दो। कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि भगवद गीता क्या कह रही है, प्लीज बी डिटैच्ड फ्रॉम द आउटकम ऑफ योर एक्शंस। अपने एक्शन के आउटकम से अगर प्रेम करने लगोगे तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। समझे कि जो भी कर्म करो उसका जो भी आउटकम है उससे डिटैच्ड रहो। डिटैच्ड रहोगे you will be happy and the world will be better. So this is something which इस पे ये मेरी
MTech degree in mechanical engineering with a specialization in computer-aided design and manufacturing from Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Prayagraj, India. He is an engineering graduate in mechanical engineering. He has received the second prize in the Basant Kumar Birla Distinguished Researcher Award 2022 based on the count of ABDCA, ABDCA Star, ABS 4-level publications over 5 years. Management, International Journal of Disaster Risk and Reduction, International Journal of Logistics Management, International Journal 2017 to October 2020, and Pro Vice Chancellor of Eastern University from May 2014 to May 2017. He was the former professor of the SBE from 2005 to 2014, Executive Director, External Relations, Dean, SBE Director, BBA faculty member at the University of Windsor, Canada, Northeastern University, Boston, USA, University of Calgary, Canada, and the Islamic University. He was also a visiting professor at the Yunnan Formal University, China from 2004 from the same university in 1996. He earned a BSc and MSc in Statistics from Jawaharlal University in the year 1986 and 87 respectively. He teaches business statistics, operations, management, and total quality management courses in the graduate class. He is conducting research in the areas of business statistics, SQC, TQM, operations management, Intel J of Bank Marketing, South Asian J of Management, J of Knowledge Globalization, Intel J of Electronic Government Research, J of Business Administration, J of Business Education and Accreditation, Pakistan, North-South.
August gathering. My name is Professor Abdul Hannan Chaudhary. I think the Master of Ceremony already announced my name. Let me begin my esteemed guest. I express my sincere gratitude to Allenhouse Business School and the organizers of this grand occasion for extending the invitation to speak at the prestigious conference on recent developments in business management and technology. It is indeed a pleasure for me to join in this session to talk on navigating business management teaching in the age of frontier technologies before such an esteemed colleagues of ABS and distinguished guests gathered here today. In our contemporary global landscape, the intersection of business and technology has become increasingly apparent, shaping the way we conduct commerce, innovate, and interact with the world around us. The rapid pace of technological advancement has pushed us into the era defined by unprecedented digital transformation, where traditional boundaries are being distorted and new opportunities are emerging with the remarkable speed. The very fabric of our society is being woven with the threads of innovation, ushering in a wave of change that touches every aspect of our lives. This conference, organized by the well-regarded Allenhouse Business School, the ABS serves as a beacon of knowledge and a platform for dialogue, bringing together industry experts, academics, and innovators to explore the latest trends, exchange insights, and engage in meaningful discussions that will shape the future of our respective industries. It is a witness to our collective commitment to staying at the forefront of innovation and driving positive change in our organizations and communities. As we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on the astonishing progress that has been made in the fields of business management and technology. From the advent of artificial intelligence and machine learning to the rise of blockchain and cryptocurrency, the possibilities are truly endless. Regions, forward-thinking institutions worldwide, and forging strategic alliances and embracing innovative educational solutions. From flexible learnings, modules to data-driven customization of learning experience, universities are embracing new paradigms to stay ahead of the curve. My dear colleagues and the faculty members of the ABS and also the other institutions, teaching business management in the context of frontier technologies is an exciting endeavor that requires a multifaceted approach. I would like to.
Our second keynote speaker will be Dr. Rakhi Gupta ma'am. More than 44 resource person certificates for the different deliveries from the various ICSSR UGC sponsored workshops, webinars, capacity building, etc. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. I would request you to please share your expertise.
This morning she has been introducing so many people, and I'm sure you can see the little tiredness on her face. Before I come here on the stage, I really don't want you to give you a feeling that, oh, once again, one more speaker. So I don't want you to feel like that. because I know the tables have always been turned. A number of times even I have been on this side and the speaker has been here. And we always used to look at the time, oh, now it's too much. But my dear friends, I'll not take too much of time, but I'll try my level best to give you few inputs within few span of time so that I'm able to deliver what I intend to do that. First of all, a big congratulations to Allenhouse Group, Dr. Shivani Kapoor Madam, my one and very dear Ruby Madam, for inviting me here on this platform. Since morning, my dear friends, you might have been listening to a lot of things related with research, management and entrepreneurship. I'm sure a lot of speakers have spoken various things, number of things have been spoken on this topic. I don't want to reiterate them. I'm not going to reiterate any of the topics which have been spoken on. Research and management. These two words are suffice to tell you the importance of entrepreneurship. You need to research before you begin a business. Management is nothing but it's just an art of taking work from others. That's what we've been doing it since time immemorial. And it's just simply you do a lot of research. What are you researching? It's something which we don't know. And what we are researching, we are trying to research something which we don't know, and even we don't know what we are trying to figure out. It is only after the outcomes which we come to know, oh, this is the result, maybe once you apply any of the statistical tests. So it is the research and the management together that takes you to be an entrepreneur. Now, whether it is research, whether it is entrepreneurship, or whether it is management, there are very important 3 P's that one has to remember in mind. 3 P's. These P's are nothing but these P's, they talk about your principles, your practices and your pattern, right? Principles, practices and your pattern. You need to follow all kind of principles to do any kind of research, so that an entrepreneur is something which one who has to think out of the box. For example, once I was just listening to one of the speakers. He was talking about entrepreneurship and he said, okay, let me start a business related with hot ice creams. Let me start a business with hot ice creams. Have you ever thought of how hot ice creams would be sold in the market? But yes, this was a thought and it was implemented and it was a success also. Now,
especially Dr. Shivani for giving me this platform to express my views about India's 5 trillion economy, challenges and gateways. So I'm going to talk about my economy, some misconception about the economy, shortcomings about in India compared to. We should also make a legal framework for contract and dispute resolution between farmers and buyers, which are basically trying to be done through farm laws.
Robotics, cloud computing, it is very easy to say. But go and visit the rural areas of India. Visit the rural area, especially the rural area of Odisha. The place is Kalahandi. If you have visited Kalahandi, you can see the poverty there in the Kalahandi. So my topic is the women empowerment in remote areas. Remote area means the rural areas of India. I have taken the reference of the Kanpur Dehat. Government, self-governed peer group, they are unofficial, they are autonomous group, started with they are associated or the form with the similar socio-economic background.
Though it was very old concept, but it was started and structured by the famous, very eminent economics professor Muhammad Yunus from Bangladesh, from Grameen Bank. He started this concept especially for rural women, because in rural areas always the country is male-dominated country. Not only here in either India or in Pakistan. Look at the example of the Great Britain, though it is Britain or Great Britain. Britain, United America, there is no single lady president in America. Though the people on the dais wearing tie, having suits of Armani and Gucci, they discuss about the women empowerment, but this country doesn't have any women leadership. So in this Bangladesh, Mr. Yunus started with the concept of self-help group. India adopted the same concept in early 70s. and I've checked their impact. Some characteristics of SGs, they're small in size, similar, a common purpose, a very common purpose is the empowerment. The common purpose is the development. They're flexible, responsive, all these are very theory. Let me directly jump into the system, into the my methodology. But let me tell you about the classification of self-group. Self-group can be classified on the basis of gender. SHG banking program formed by SHG NABARD program, banking program, SHG banking with NGOs as facilitating agency, and with the MFI microfinancing institutions. SHG with development linkage program and self-formed SHG group. Some of the time, like we take the name of NRLM, National Rural Development Mission, SRLM, State Rural Development Mission. Either they create at the state level or the national or the district level. Otherwise, it is made by some NGOs and MFIs. And location either is urban SHG or rural SHG. Microfinancing agencies and the SHG members. It is a data. Data says year by year women SHGs are increasing. It means women are more responsible, they are more accountable, they are more sincere to man, especially in saving. See here in economics, a very eminent professor, economist means, it was the John Maynard Keynes means once said that expenditure one is the income of other. But my dear colleague, we often forget the importance of savings. These small groups focuses on the saving. They focus on saving. They lend out of these 10 blocks. They are 489 gram panchayat, in which 5,917 SHGs, in which 55,618 SHGs members are. Out of them, I have taken the 10%. It is very difficult to study about the 5,000 SHGs. So I have taken the 10%, and it was very convenient for me. For 10%, and out of the 10%, I have taken 5% members. And the numbers of members 2070 and 781 members. So for that data collection, I will let me show you my issue. नहीं मैं पीछे में भी थी वो मैं इंडस्ट्री में वो थी
हाँ ये जैसे कौन का कल्पना वगैरह इसको निकाला ना ये इसकी फाइंडिंग्स नहीं है
सर वो इसकी फाइंडिंग नहीं है
ये इसका क्या किया आप
सर ये मैंने निकाला है कि ये पोवर्टी पर मतलब वो जो मेरा वो है एक तो व्हाट इज दैट इज शेड्यूल उसका मैंने रिलायबिलिटी टेस्ट किया और जो मैंने फाइंडिंग निकाली है
एक अब आप पॉइंट बता रहे हैं कहीं पे नोट कर लीजिए आपको हेल्प करेगा maybe you can take it. This is a common platform which actually works for every paper which has been presented, right? So let me just show you a couple of things which could have been improved in these slides, right? So starting with the first slide. See, first of all, when you are writing it with special reference to restricted Kanpur data, right? So means just if you see this title, you can reduce it to either since you are using it as a data set, right? So in Kanpur district Dehat study, you could have taken it as a double dot and then you could have written that, right? With spatial reference, it seems a bit extensive, this style. Yes, this can be worked out. Right? Now see, when you are giving the definition of self-help group, right? Where is the citation for this definition? Is you have given this definition or you have taken it from any book or
no? There is no defined.
ये आज तक बताया ही नहीं जैसे होता क्या है?
नहीं सर ये कहीं नहीं है. लोग अपने हिसाब से बताते हैं कि सब ग्रुप ये अगर होता तो ये कोई कोड करता या definition या even
नहीं है. I will not be much more going into the conversation. My point is if you are using a
definition, so I should cite it somewhere.
Yeah, you should have cited that if you have taken it from somewhere.
No, I have citation there in bibliography.
और SHG आपने बताया हुआ है ठीक है. Characteristics कहाँ से ये आपकी खुद की
सर ये मेरी क्योंकि मैंने जब इसलिए
पूछ रहा हूँ.
Yes sir, yes sir.
ठीक है. Major functions benefits
benefited होते हैं.
ये आपकी क्या है सर?
Yes sir, yes sir.
अब देखिए इसमें जो मेन है पॉइंट सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट रेफरेंस फ्रॉम 87 and 90. So is there no literature related to empowerment meaning and concept after these years till now? यही दो पेपर थे, बस इसके बाद कुछ हो ही नहीं आगे।
नहीं, इसके बाद और कहीं empowerment को define नहीं किया गया, empowerment word को define नहीं किया गया, क्योंकि ये empowerment word को मैंने define किया।
empowerment word को आगे किसी ने
define किया, क्योंकि सर इनकी कोई नहीं,
और ये जो 90s में ये जो आपका
ये सर empowerment को define नहीं किया।
इसके बाद आप ये क्या ये तो देखिए यहाँ पे आपने सोर्स दिया।
हाँ, यहाँ पर सोर्स।
तो ये करेक्ट है, ठीक है। अभी एक और पॉइंट मैं दिखाऊंगा जो बहुत
सर ये सोर्स पीछे दिया, सबसे लास्ट में दिया है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर डायरेक्ट प्रोसेसिंग
स्टेजेस,
ये स्टेजेस ऐसे ही होते हैं, क्योंकि सर देखिए कोई स्टेजेस कोई गवर्नमेंट की कोई हैंडबुक नहीं है। बहुत लोग एसएचजी से वो रखते होंगे जानकारी, एसएचजी अपने छोटे छोटे 10, 15, 12, 20 जितने लोग हैंडल हो सके उतने कुछ ऐसे लोग जुड़ते हैं, और छोटी छोटी सेविंग्स होती हैं। गवर्नमेंट इसमें इक्विटी दे रही है, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर दे रही है, कुछ उनको टेक्निकल हाँ सर, कोई इनका कोई देयर इज नो हैंडबुक, उनका कोई हैंडबुक अभी भी नहीं। ये भी मैंने पीछे दिया होगा।
आप ये देखिए मेन पॉइंट, why you have studied space here, right? You could have given a framework, एक फ्लो चार्ट बना देते कि हमने ये कीवर्ड्स डाले,
इवन मैट्रिक्स कैन बी
ये कीवर्ड्स इस फोकस डेटाबेस में डालें, राइट? उसकी बेसिस पे ये पेपर्स जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं क्राइटेरिया फॉर सिलेक्शन, राइट? हमने एक्सटेंशन जो है लास्ट में डाला है या नहीं? स्टिल अभी भी एक पॉइंट मैं बोलूँगा, वो जगह में भी ठीक है, 1670 के बाद फिर कोई लिटरेचर ही नहीं है पॉइंट
सर है, लेकिन उसके बाद मेरा वो नहीं ना, मतलब वो अभी कोई नया नहीं है जो मैं जितना पढ़ा जैसे कि यही पर आता है।
हम लोग ये चीज देखने वाली है, और इसका आप लेआउट बनाइए, करीब 15 पारा है सीरीज का, सीरियल नंबर, रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी, I have that represented here. This is just an my point of view that you should have mentioned this something like that. Now, if after this there is a slide, you should have been there that would have been reflecting the research gaps which have motivated importance. वो अभी मिसिंग है, उसको आपको ऐड करने की जरूरत है, और ऑब्जेक्टिव्स आप
in my research, in my survey paper, cryptology, classical cryptology and the post-quantum cryptography. One place to another, and we want that our data should be prevented from all other things that need our data. Then we use some concept of the cryptography in that. We use the concept of the keys in which we encrypt our data. The process of making our data safe from the third parties is known as the encryption, and after that there is a process through which the recipient got the data and decrypt that. The process in which the data is retained, the original form is said to be a decryption. When the original data is sent, this is known as the plain text, and after that they are using the cryptography, various algorithm of the cryptography, so that our data is safe. Now we are seeing the various algorithms of the cryptography. What are the key pillars of the cryptography? Anything that we are using having the pillars and having the basic types of the concept. There are the 4 basic pillars of the cryptography. It is set as the confidentiality. The word confidentiality means our data is safe from all the other all the world. No one can access the data. What the mean of the integrity? The integrity means that the data should not be entered by any other person except you. Suppose you have you all have made the email IDs and the password, and if you have posted anything on Google that except you, no one can alter that data. This is said to be an integrity of the data. What is the authentication? You all come to the college and there is the attendance marking system. There you press your thumb on the thumb impression machine. If your thumb is correct, then it gives the authentication that you are the right person who came to the college. And after that, and the post-quantum cryptography. The modern cryptography uses the various type of the mathematical algorithms to encrypt our data. In the modern cryptography, there are the various types such as the symmetrical cryptography, public key cryptography, RSA system, block cipher, Caesar cipher, elliptical curve, quantum cryptography, and public key encryption. Basically, the cryptography is divided into 2 parts: the symmetrical and the
third one is the multivariate cryptography, which is based on multivariate polynomials in mathematics. These are very hard problems, so they can't be decrypted by classical computers actually. Not on also the and then hash cryptography. It's like your digital signature associated with your message. So yeah, these were the terms like we have done a survey and this was our findings. The conclusion is, with the rise of quantum computers, there is a need of finding new algorithms which can be implemented on a classical computers and our data can be secure. See, data is very important. We don't understand it nowadays, but it can be hackable and it can do very effective to our life. Okay, thank you so much everyone.
Within 5 to 10 minutes. Now, next presentation would be Alok Singh sir from PSIT Kanpur.
So there are two main outputs of logical regression, 0 or 1. 0 represents the failure and 1 represents the he will pass in the exam. So as in the table you can also see that if a student is studying 5 hours daily, he will pass in the exam. And if a student is studying 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, he might pass, but there are more chances that he will fail in the exam. Regression has two outputs, 0 or 1 or true or false. Suitable for predicting continuous values and suitable for predicting the probability of an event. In logical regression, and the main equation is y equal to a plus ax plus y, and in the logical regression y equal to 1 plus e power a naught plus b naught. In the PDF not no need to describe them. Now comes to the inferential statistics. They help you to predict or draw conclusions about a population based on sample of data. For example, in a school there are 2,000 of students and you want to calculate the average height of the student. So randomly you will take 100 students and you will see ML uses probability which is based on past experiences to predict future events. The probability of an event is computed as number 1 probability, which is favorable outcomes divided by total outcomes. Everyone studying in math is very simple. And second is joint probability. Joint probability is the probability of two events happening simultaneously. It is calculated by multiplying probability of each event. P intersection is equal to PA not PB. Consider flipping a pair of coins twice. The joint probability of getting head on the first flip and tails on the second.
Justifications, deductions and conclusions. One thing which I want to quote that there is always some positive thing which we always extract from these international conferences, and these three students are just one example. They are only first year and second year BTech students, and you won't believe they have already published 5-6 research papers, and we've been working in next 3-4 also. The guys have a very good hand in latex also. So whenever whatever task we give them, they say, sir, it is done, what is next? So probably in future we have sectors like DRDO or SAG. So it is not that only, for research we need MTech and PhD and postdoc, very heavy degrees. What we need for research, that is a research mindset. I request all of you to please give a big hand to these three students. Because actually these are the memories, these are the injection of confidence they will never forget in their life, that I know. So आप लोगों का सबका मोटिवेशन चाहिए यार, बहुत छोटे हैं स्टूडेंट्स हैं अभी और इतना प्रयास कर रहे हैं, इतनी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, यही बहुत है, इस लेवल पे ही बहुत है. Very good.
Yes, are trading at a price of 70 rupees per share, right? And if I contract a party B, that I will purchase particular some shares on 1st May, right? At a price of 35, right? At this 5,000, for example, I am in the contract of 5,000 rupees that I will purchase shares of Infosys at this 35, right? On 1st May. So what happens in these purposes? There are some models and stages. They have been discussed in our paper. Okay, I would like to start with first concept, constraint programming, which is called constraint programming and CLP scheme. CLP is constraint logic programming. It is a combination delta plus b comma x minus q. These are defined values. Defined here, like x represents the price of stock, delta stands for the rate of change in option value, and etc. Okay. Next comes the very famous model. It's called agent-based model. In this model, all the participants, by participants I want to say all the participating agents, right? All the participants are given a role, and these all the participants are called agent. For example,
Next is Pranjit. Next is Vivek Shukla. Next is Gaurav Tiwari.
Next. Yes, okay.
Thank you. First of all, good afternoon, and I'm very happy and delighted to be here as part of this conference. In the morning session, actually, I delivered my talk, and so far as the topic is concerned, the recent trends in business management, technology and the entrepreneurship. This topic is very relevant from the present day context, because we know that the shape of our future economy depends on these parameters. So managing business in the present day environment where actually artificial intelligence, digitalization and so many other things are taking place, that means the kind of technological innovations which are taking place, they need to be applied in the business sense in a very sustainable way. And entrepreneurship, as we all know that the role of entrepreneurship is managing the things, and managing the things how efficiently, how nicely, that is very important actually, because only then the competitiveness can come. So it is going to impact in a very positive way the deliberations which are taking place. I am confident that after the deliberations things will come out in a very well shaped way, and they will be very much useful for the sustainability in the business environment, not only in Kanpur actually as part of UP also, and macro level in our country and in the global perspective. So impact will be obviously very good, positive and very big.
Well, I'll use both languages. I'll use Hindi and English because we are an institution in Kanpur, and Kanpur is known for its Hindi. Let me say this, कि किसी भी जो भी आप कह रहे हैं डेवलपमेंट क्या होता क्या है? डेवलपमेंट होता है कि आज के स्तर से कल का स्तर कितना बेहतर हो, और किसी भी एक्टिविटी के लिए जहाँ बेहतरी चाहिए वो रिक्वायरमेंट होता है तीन चीज़ों का. एक होता है विलिंगनेस, एक होती है एबिलिटी, और तीसरी होती है नीड. Now need, willingness and ability, which are the economic parameters before which nothing can happen. जब इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट्स आप करोगे तो एक लेता है और एक देता है. अब कोई हमेशा ऊपर रहेगा और हम हमेशा लेते रहेंगे तो हमारी ग्रोथ कभी नहीं होगी. जैसा कि पिछले 70-75 वर्षों में हमारे आज़ादी के बाद में हमने किया है. हमने हमेशा लिया है, हमने दिया क्या है? कुछ भी नहीं दिया. तो इस वजह से हमारी तरक्की कैसी हुई है ये आप देख सकते हैं. हमारी तरक्की ऐसी हुई है कि हम हर चीज़ के पायदान पे 127 नंबर, 180 नंबर, ये हमारा रैंक होता था. चाहे वो हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स ले लो, चाहे वो जीडीपी ले लो, चाहे वो पर कैपिटा इनकम ले लो, सब में नीचे थे. ये पिछले 10 वर्षों में कुछ ऐसा हुआ है कि हमने न सिर्फ लेना बट देना भी सीखा है. हम दे क्या सकते हैं? पहली चीज़ हमने जो दिया है वो आध्यात्म की शिक्षा दी है दुनिया को. वी शोन द वर्ल्ड दैट व्हाट हैप्पीनेस इज ऑल अबाउट. वी शोन द वर्ल्ड व्हाट morality is all about. We shown the world what the Bhagavad Gita teaches. I'll just tell you a little story which may go a long way in making people understand what this entire thing is all about. There was a young boy who was walking in the beaches of Chennai, and he met a slightly older person who was reciting the Bhagavad Gita. This young boy came up to him and he said, "What are you doing?" So he said, "I am reciting the shlok from the Bhagavad Gita." So he says, "What nonsense is this? Bhagavad Gita? It's all bunkum. I am a student of science and technology. I am working for Vikram Sarabhai's institute, and I know that it's science technology that's going to take the world to the next level." So this elder person said, "Well, okay, whatever you say may be right, but I still like to recite the Bhagavad Gita." Then came a long car, limousine, where 2 commandos came out, 4 guards came out, and they escorted this old man in a dhoti into the car. Now the young fellow asked, "What is your name, sir?" He says, "My name is Dr. Vikram Sarabhai." Now this guy was shocked. He touched his feet and he said, "I'm sorry, but I will also read the Bhagavad Gita." Do you know who the young fellow was? His name was APJ Abdul Kalam. So this is a story where the Bhagavad Gita, the only thing that India has given to the whole world so far, is an absolute teacher of everything. Management, economics, warfare, whatever you need to be, Bhagavad Gita is the master of all. So that's one thing we've given. Now the other part, you're talking about international collaborations. Yes, of course we have to collaborate. We have the market and somebody else has the production. What does it mean? It means I keep buying goods that somebody else makes? No, sorry, I am not interested in that kind of a collaboration. In my book, collaboration means equal good give and take. It's like a marriage. In a marriage of equals, marriage is never between somebody high and somebody low. Marriage is always between equals. So, the question that is asked, should it, will it? Of course, there should be international collaborations, but collaborations on an equal footing, where I gain and you gain, where I take and you take, where I give and you give. And therefore, we are not going to collaborate with anybody where we are losers. We are going to collaborate where it's a win-win situation. Thank you.
Well, the theme of the conference is quite attractive. The theme talks on research, business development, and of course your entrepreneurship. According to me, basically growth relates to two things. It is your business growth as well as your personal growth. So whether it is a personal growth or it is a professional growth, there are actually 3 P's that one has to remember. One is the principles, another is practices, and the third one is the pattern. So whether it is at the micro level or is it the macro level, one has to follow the principles, one has to follow the practices. The practices should be such that they are not detrimental to the interest of any community of the society. And lastly, the pattern that one follows, the pattern of growth, the pattern of learning, the pattern of sharing knowledge, the pattern of innovation, the pattern of creativity, the list can go on and on. So in case if we follow or in case we imbibe these words in our daily life, definitely we will be contributing a lot to the society. And as a researcher, as a faculty member, as a distinguished invited guest for this conference, my submission would be that everybody should always aim on moving ahead in life with new insights, with whatever you are gaining. For example, if this conference is on research or even if it is on business development or business management or entrepreneurship, we have to get into the habit of doing something. And ultimately what is more important is that we have to make excellence as our best companion. So if we are ready to excel, we are ready to put in the hard work, and once we are able to put in the hard work, definitely we are going to reap the benefits in the long run. So whether it is at the individual level or whether it is at the community level or at the society level or even at the national level, that kind of grit, the courage and that commitment has to come from each individual, because it is always the individuals who make up the group and it is always the group who makes the organization, and it is the organizations that makes the entire industry. So and these industries, number of industries, they make up the economy. So definitely my submission is that we have to keep on moving and simply keep on learning. And these international conferences, and of course organized by Allenhouse, it is one of the good ways to go ahead and find out the insights or share the experiences of the other person. As a guest, my contribution would be something which I have learned in my practical life, maybe in terms of research or maybe in terms of business management or maybe in terms of entrepreneurship. I myself is not an entrepreneur, but yes, there are a number of entrepreneur stories which I can narrate to people. So that's how I think I can contribute to the existing knowledge, because it's like an idea can come from anybody. You can learn from anybody, irrespective of the fact whether it is a student or a teacher or a faculty or even a big management shot. So even it could be at the top of the pyramid or even it could be at the bottom of the pyramid. Learning can come from anywhere. So that is my submission for the conference. Thank you.
The idea of whether it's experience or insight or expertise, it all comes from one idea, is developing and growing. We learn. I have always a very simple principle. I have 2 simple principles. My first simple principle is every time you meet a person, you learn something, regardless who the person is. Whether the experience is good or the experience is bad, you learn something from that person. So with the conferences like these, meeting people for the first time, listening to speeches, experience, talk, even the chat, small chat, you always grasp something. You develop yourself. That is my first principle. My second principle, which is going to summarize again the second part of the first principle, is that every time I learn something, I understand that I still have something else to learn. And every time I understand that I still have to learn something, I feel I'm young. I have to search. And that's what keeps me younger. So the idea is, when you learn from gathering like these, how people are experiencing their project, their entrepreneurial project, or advices, you're actually learning that you have abilities undiscovered, or you have to try. Or maybe it will show you an insight from a different perspective. Another person saying, this is what happened, or this is my idea. Just listening can give you an ad, can refresh your experience as well. That is my point of view. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for the questions, and we must be thankful to the Allenhouse for organizing such a wonderful international conference, which is very relevant to the current business world. So I have attended many conferences, not only in India, in many countries around the world. So I find this is very suitable, because like our experience in Nepal and our experience in India, which are similar, business and entrepreneurs, like business management and technology. So this is absolutely great ideas to organize this kind of international conference. So I must thank you, Allenhouse and team, for wonderfully organize this kind of conference, like bringing out the best mind of the world. So people from around the world, so they gather together to share their best practices. And what are the threats? So what are the opportunities for the mindset of future entrepreneurs? So that is a great learning each other.
I think I have been very privileged to have attended similar international conferences earlier, both at the local level as well as at a global level. I have even attended international conferences outside of India. But this is something which I maintained even the first time that I came to visit Allenhouse. Allenhouse is a warm way of doing things. It doesn't matter whether it's an international conference or it's a local conference or if it's a functional conference. The way you greet your guests, the way you make them feel like they're part of the extended Allenhouse family, the way you take care of them right from the start, which is attending to them from the airport or the railway station to bringing them here, making them feel good as speakers, it speaks hugely about the generosity of heart and the hospitality that you demonstrate. That is the human part of it. I think if I were to spend a little more time on the quality of the conference, exceptionally well orchestrated and curated, starting from the topic, which is very diverse as well as contemporary and relevant. I would think the quality of people that you actually invited, both as keynote speakers as well as the panel discussions, the specialists who came and spoke both in a virtual mode as well as on the dais, it was an excellent mixture of diverse exposures and experiences, and spoken very well from the heart, not just from the mind. I even liked the starting addresses by some of the people who sit very heavy on the chair. For instance, the all in all of the Kanpur University, Mr. Sudhanshu Pandya. What a wonderful way he spoke. I mean, not just the content, but even the way he delivered was so nice, warm, to the point, and making eye contact with people. It speaks volumes about the quality of oratory he brings to the table. Of course, Mr. Zafar, very short, but very nice. I mean, there's something very, very nice about some of these people that you get on board. So, to be very honest, What is a conference? A conference is nothing. It's not about the chairs and the auditorium and the quality of AC. It's about the quality of speakers. It's about the kind of topic you bring to the table. It's how you make the speakers feel. What is the quality of attendance? So I found that very good audience, very patient audience, and a very well disciplined audience. So it was not as if they were pulling off chairs and pulling. Sometimes these things can be very, very infuriating, and as guests we are not always able to point it out. But here there were absolutely no such things. Plus technology was well taken care of, the sound systems, the mics, people were prompt with the award ceremonies. Everything about the conference spoke very well about the arrangements and the effort that had been put behind it. International conferences, yes, this is the way to go. From my experience, there have been good and bad ones, there have been excellent ones. This will definitely, the Allenhouse group of institutions, this kind of an international conference that you've conducted will definitely feature on top of the list as one of those excellent conferences that I've always wanted to attend. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me amongst your august presence. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate Allenhouse Group of Institutions for organizing this conference and bringing, so many brilliant minds together who are here to inspire from their own life. And what touches the students, I being the head of a school, Allenhouse Public School, Khalasi Lines, Kanpur. So as a principal, I feel that when we bring such speakers who can motivate children from their own life experience, that is the best thing that we can give to our youth today. And the topics touched like sustainable development goals, which I heard in the opening ceremony, and entrepreneurship and the ideations that they talked about, then these were something very, very deeply that students can connect and is the need of the hour. I always believe and have believed deeply, endorse this fact that instead of being job seekers, we must make entrepreneurs, because that is how our country is looking forward to, as a society we are looking forward to. So with this conference, my expectations have been where children can actually understand the practicalities, the intricacies and the trade tricks to become the entrepreneur. The speakers who are here, Mrs. Debjani Roy and Mr. Bajpayee, one of the finest people from the industries, who have spoken, from the core of their heart, touching on all these aspects that I have just expressed, that students can actually imbibe that what it takes to be somebody who can start by his own self. The speaker from Doha, the lady, Miss Mariam, we had, she shared her own son's experience, how he started doing things, from his own drawing room things, and is now starting to multiply his ventures. Now, this is exactly what the young minds need from us. And if we can actually create and prepare a lot of entrepreneurs from our Allenhouse group of institutions, I think that is going to be the best situation we can ask for, and that is how we can write the success stories of any educational institution. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me here.
I think the theme was well connected to this environment at this point of time, because I feel like the entrepreneurship, technology and business management, these are interrelated, and the relationship between them is in a way that if we consider entrepreneurship as a compass, technology is a vehicle, and business management is a roadmap of journey to success, then I think organizations can survive better and they can grow well. And if you look at the existing environment in India, and it is very important for India to channelize the energy of youth, and energy of youth can be channelized if they are given more opportunities to be an entrepreneur rather than working as a worker or employee, and help them come up with the idea, envision some idea, and then use technology to match or meet that expectations or cover that idea through technology and expand in the market, I think they can rock in life, and that is what is required. And this theme was well gelled with that aspect. And from global community perspective, I would say that I am a firm believer that the youth energy is the best energy, and if we are able to bring some kind of change through our idea and make that idea work through technology, and then help through business management to expand in the world, I think nothing better than that. And that is what we want, that is what impact we want to create in the world. And that to India, if leads through this youth energy, I think that would be the most, I would say, that proud moment for all of us.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अर्चम है, मैं रशिया से और Allenhouse अच्छी सुंदर है. I am really happy to be here and present my research presentation about the environmental issues and Indian youth perception about it. And it's really fruitful time when you can collaborate with students and professors from different universities, from different cities and even countries. It is crucially important, firstly, to discuss these topics and make new friends, to collaborate in future in some projects or in some scientific works. And this collaboration and international activities give us a chance to make our world a better place, and I am happy to be here and make small impact in environmental issues and relations between Russia and India. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Professor Ashish Dwivedi from Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat, India. So I am fortunate enough to have a participation as an invited speaker at a conference held in Allenhouse Business School by the name Recent Trends and Innovations in Business Management, Technology and Entrepreneurship. It's a two-day conference and I was invited being as a speaker. I also shared my opinions on this timely conference scheduled at the school, which was nicely managed by the organization team, the various faculties here, the staff members, as well as the students who presented their papers and just illustrated their findings. So this is a timely topic as we are discussing, and we are in a cusp of, let's say, when there are situations and challenges related to climate change, related to sustainable development, catering to the various SDGs laid out by UN, and the themes were made in such a way that we have a holistic discussion on these topics. I congratulate once again for the invite and for this conference, and I will share my best wishes to the whole organization and the various persons who are associated with the conference from India as well as from the world. Thank you.
Tu अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। आशाएं उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। आशाएं दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी।
Get ready to witness a spectacle of creativity and fusions. Let's now welcome on stage our next performer.
के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। दानवान शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड। वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। मन करे सो प्राण दे, जो मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है। कृष्ण की पुकार है, ये भागवत का सार है कि युद्ध ही तो वीर का प्रमाण है। कौरवों की भीड़ हो या पांडवों का नीड़ हो, जो लड़ सका है वो ही तो महान है। जीत की हवस नहीं, किसी पे कोई वश नहीं, क्या जिंदगी है ठोकरों पे मार दो। मौत अंत है नहीं तो मौत से भी क्यों डरे, ये जाके आसमान में दहाड़ दो। आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड, आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम गुहार दो। आन शान या की जान का हो दान, आज एक धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो। प्रचंड रोके तो हम तूफान, शब्द है बाजीराव पल्लार के।
Now, we will move towards our next performance. For the next performance, we will have to travel to the sands of Rajasthan, where legends rise and stories are told. Let us witness a Rajasthani dance performance.
में
that bind us together. Joining us now is a group of talented singers who will mesmerize us with their enchanting voices.
Fire, सोनिया दे रंग देख लो बेटा डोर डोले उड़ती पतंग देख लो बल्ले बल्ले जी सोनिया दे रंग देख लो बेटा डोर डोले उड़ती पतंग देख लो आज उड़ते हुए इन्ना के मलंग देख लो बेटा डोर डोले उड़ती पतंग देख लो छुड़िया 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 जामन पकड़ा आवन ओ तेरा दुनिया के मारे गोरे रंग देख लो बल्ले बल्ले जी सोनिया पे रंग देख लो बेटा डोर डोले उड़ती पतंग देख लो
Esteemed guests, learned scholars, participants for gracing this occasion. I once again extend my hearty welcome to all who have accepted our invitation to be a part of this learning convention. It was indeed our pleasure to have all of you with us today, and we feel really honored for your gracious presence. Thank you so much.
Thank all the esteemed guests today, and I hope you had a wonderful day today, and we hope to see you all tomorrow morning again at 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you once again.
हो गया एक बार मैं आगे
वेट
या
भाई हाथ पीछे करो
यस हो गया सर ग्रुप ज्वाइन करिए
क्या करवा दे
मैम
इधर सबको अरेंज कर लेना लोग कोई भी
मीटिंग हो रही है सभी लग रहा
हाँ जो हुटिंग कराओ
हेलो भैया बच्चे खत्म हो गए
एक बार हुटिंग कर दीजिए सबको यस ऐसे रहना
अच्छा फिर एक बार
Second day of the International Conference on Recent Developments in Business Management, Technology and Entrepreneurship, organized by Allenhouse Group of Institutions in collaboration with Modern College of Business and Science, Muscat. We hope you are feeling rejuvenated and ready for another day of insightful discussions and fruitful interactions. Before we delve into today's engaging sessions, let's take a moment to recap.
The Allenhouse Group of Institutions recently concluded Day 1 events at International Conference on Recent Developments in Business Management, Technology and Entrepreneurship. The conference held in Kanpur, India, brought together a diverse group of academics, industry leaders and aspiring students from around the world to engage in stimulating discussion on the most pressing issues and promising advancement in these interconnected fields. In inaugural ceremony, the conference commended with a traditional lamp lighting ceremony and the Indian national anthem. Dr. Shivani Kapoor, Director of Management at Allenhouse, delivered the opening address highlighting the conference theme. In sequence, Professor O.P. Sukla sir, Principal of the National Defence Academy, provided a historical perspective on India's economic trajectory, analyzing current challenges and opportunities presented by globalization, digitalization, and the ever-shifting geopolitical landscape. He emphasized the importance of addressing income inequality, and technological adoption to ensure sustainable economic growth. And then Dr. Professor Sudhanshu Pandya sir, Dean of Administration at CSJMU Kanpur, commended the conference organizers and encouraged students to seize the opportunities presented to become the future leaders. He emphasized the need of the surpass China not just in the population but also in economic might. He applauded the government's strategic focus on the semiconductor industry to propel India's digital revolution. In that sequence, international speakers, Dr. Mariam, Sultanate of Oman, offered a glimpse into Oman entrepreneurial ecosystem, highlighting the government's commitment to fostering startups and establish a robust link between education and industry. Mr. Visweshwar sir, Noble Academy Pokhara, Nepal, shared his expertise on educational entrepreneurship in Nepal and signed a memorandum of understanding with Allenhouse Institute of Management, paving the way for future collaboration. Professor Lalitkar from Malta discussed about human intelligence, extended intelligence, and shared the concept of economic impact of technology. In the further technical session 1, Professor Saad Ahmed sir focused on the critical role of innovation in achieving sustainability. He highlighted the growing importance of digital tools. The Dr. Rakhi Gupta, Department of Commerce, BHU, focused on the importance of research and management, emphasizing the concepts of 3 Ps, principle, practices and patterns, and KSA, knowledge, skills and ability. She offered a mantra of success, stability and discipline, urging continuous learning and professional development. In the last technical session 2, Dr. Uday Kant Jha sir provided a comparative analysis of the Indian economy against global economics, highlighting the role of increased female participation in driving recommendations for agriculture, infrastructure, service and industry sectors. The conference concluded with a guest presentation by Dr. Prashant Dwivedi.
Thank you, sir. We are privileged to have with us today an esteemed lineup of dignitaries whose presence adds immense value to this gathering. Our distinguished panelists brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table, and we are honored to have them with us. Thank you, ma'am. Additional Director AIT to kindly welcome our next panelist, Dr. Saurabh Pratap sir from IIT VHU.
He is not there.
Now, without further ado, let's move on to the first session of the day, a stimulating panel discussion titled Shaping the Emerging World Through Business Management and Technology. I would like to request the panelists to start the discussion.
I'd like to thank Allenhouse Group of Industries and the Education Foundation for being so gracious enough to have us here. Dr. Shivani Kapoor, Dr. Ruby Chawla, thank you very much. Tireless work since yesterday, and thank you very much for making us feel so warm and a part of the family. Thank you. With that, I'd like to start off with the discussion. Very, very important, contemporary and critical issue, which is all about business management and technology. And now, point is, the two don't always need to meet, but there are ways by way of which they can play complementary roles, they can play supplementary roles, and sometimes they may even be at cross purposes of each other. We have, as you rightly see, an august panel right now, and I'm going to make sure that we get the best out of their knowledge by posing some of these ticklish issues before them.
I'd like to start with you, sir, in this corner, and give me, rather give us your perspective on what are the kind of fundamental synergies that business management and technology in your vision are likely to bring about, as mainstays in the future.
Thank you. In my opinion, nowadays we are moving towards the automation. Towards the automation means even if we talk about the business analytics, we are focusing towards the artificial intelligence. Means now through AI techniques we are determining what will the demand, what will the prediction of demand, what will the resources we require for the company or the firm, and on the basis of these we can predict what will the profit revenue. So we can easily predict through AI and machine learning approach.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think you mentioned a very, very pertinent part, which is business growth and revenue. And as we know, every institution, every corporation will always have an eye on the bottom line. And they would obviously like to capitalize on those aspects of development, which gives the way to Dr. Ashish. You obviously are a professor of a very, very critical aspect, right? Sustainability and all of that. Now, how do you see sustainability, which is a major issue today, okay? How do you see advancements in any part of business management or technology to continuously proliferate the whole subject of sustainability?
Okay, first of all, let me start with the word of thanks for the Allenhouse Business School for having me here among the number of panelists, and when you have Ms. Roy and Dr. Bajpayee with you on the same stage, sharing our thoughts on sustainability. So actually, I would like to start here with the sort of data that means we used to have while we are doing research related to directions of sustainability. That the main emphasis is on the discussion of climate change. So let me frame a story here, starting with the COP28, that is Conference of Parties, which recently held in Dubai, UAE. That was somewhere around December 2023. So the discussion was broadly on what sort of crisis we are going to have in coming years with respect to increasing temperatures. So exactly the data can't be quoted here, but it seems that somewhere in a decade or half decade we might be approaching towards 50 degrees centigrade temperature, which is actually alarming. Now, what's the reason for that? One of the important thing is, on the one side we are having the plants in our hand, and second side is this bottle what we are carrying. So it's plastic. How you are dealing with the plastic? The question comes here is, what actually are we in a mode of leaving behind for the next generation? So when I was having a conversation with my, let's say, fathers or forefathers, they used to see water in large rivers or maybe means ponds and all. Now we are seeing it in bottles. And what will happen, let's say, coming generation, that what we are living in. So the next thing important that comes into the mind is what we have, the carbon footprints or moving towards the net zero economy. So we all are talking about that. That's an issue. There are, let's say, 60, 100 people in this same, let's say, hall. And when we are talking about carbon footprints, and then we go to our homes as a single person in a vehicle, or in the Delhi area, you have the NCR people moving here and there, and then we are giving a lecture on net zero economy, right? So the thing is that if we see our surroundings only, there are a lot of things to be improved upon, and we could also see now that 3 R's of what we say in recycling, that we say as reduce, reuse and recycle, has been now extended to the 2 new words which we have, the repurpose and reuse, right? So the moral story is what we used to teach. Nowadays, the companies are not fighting among themselves. It's the supply chains what they are actually fighting. So what sort of supply chain you are having moving from the manufacturer to consumer, and how can you bring the product actually back into the supply chain is what the theme of generation. And on that quote, I would like to say that a very proverb is there based on sustainability. My friend in the Sapienza University used to say that sustainability doesn't belong to selfish. It's a way of life and approach that must pass on to the future so that their lives come true. That's what.
That, we make a lot of talk about sustainability, and now that the UN has put it as part of the SDGs, it's just become a buzzword, a talking point all across. But very well put, that he says that sustainability is nothing but a way of life. So absolutely, if we can be a little conscious about our surroundings and the kind of stuff that we work with, the plastics, the melamines, and all those artificial things which are lovely to look at, glossy to use, but definitely not possibly the most beneficial and healthy things to work with, we would be much better off, and that sensibility has to start from home. It is not something as a subject we need to study, but it should become a part of life, as very rightly pointed out by Dr. Ashish. Thank you. My friend from Kanpur, technology is such a miracle world. It's almost magical because, like we were even discussing yesterday, cloud is critical thinking. The genesis is to understand beyond just a product, but also to find out what really makes it work and how can we make it, as he pointed out, a 360 degrees holistic purpose for ourselves. So, do the benefits that accrue out of developments of technology need to necessarily look at these aspects, and how are we doing it today?
See, first of all, again, my warm greetings and my gratitude to the organizers for bringing me here, and again an honor to share stage with such gamut of intellectuals. I'll start with a small couplet or two lines that तरक्की हुई इतनी कि अब अंधेरा गुम है, तरक्की हुई इतनी कि अब अंधेरा गुम है। और उसी रात में आप 3 या 4 बजे नोटिस करेंगे कि जो पक्षी हैं वो भटकते हुए अलग अलग दिशाओं में उड़ रहे हैं। क्यों उड़ रहे हैं? क्योंकि वो कंफ्यूज हो रहे हैं कि क्या सवेरा हो गया है। आपके पास में घर पे भी बहुत सी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो बहुत हार्मफुल हैं। एक मैचस्टिक है, एक माचिस है, उसको आप गलत तरीके से यूज़ करके देखिए, आपको कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस का अंदाज़ा लग जाएगा। आपका शरीर है उसमें दांतों के बीच में आपकी ज़ुबान है, थोड़ा सा लापरवाही से ट्राई करिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा। लेकिन बचपन से हम लोग देख रहे हैं, हम लोग को आदत है इन सब चीज़ों को रिस्पॉन्सिबली यूज़ करने की। मगर ये चीज़ हम लोग, ये जो एक लाइफस्टाइल को अपग्रेड करने की जो दौड़ है, अंधी दौड़ है, उसमें पढ़ते जा रहे हैं। आशीष सर ने बहुत बढ़िया सी बात कही कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर लेक्चर दीजिए और उसके बाद अपनी SUV में बैठ करके चली जाइए अकेले। इफ़ यू लुक एट कानपुर, जाम की बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अभी मैं आ रहा था, कितना टाइम लगा। आप एक सर्वे करके देख लीजिए कि अगर आप 10 गाड़ियों को सर्वे करेंगे, यू विल फाइंड कि 9 ऑफ देम उसमें कोई एक अकेला बंदा जाए। चीज़ें हैं, प्लास्टिक की बॉटल हम नहीं डिनाई कर सकते हैं इसलिए क्योंकि कन्वीनियंट है, पर कन्वीनियंस किस कॉस्ट है, कितनी कन्वीनियंस चाहिए हम लोग को, ये हम लोग को डिसाइड करना है। ठीक है, प्रोड्यूसर्स तो प्रॉफिट के लिए काम करेंगे ही, और प्लैनेट के लिए सोचने पे उनको मजबूर किया जा रहा है। गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज़ भी हैं इस तरीके की, और वो भी धीरे धीरे ये समझ रहे हैं कि जब कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस आएंगे तो वो अमीर गरीब किसी भी तरीके का भेदभाव नहीं करेंगे। पॉल्यूशन या क्लाइमेट चेंज या कोई भी ऐसा डिजास्टर होगा तो सभी पे उसका प्रभाव पड़ने वाला है। तो सोच तो सभी लोग रहे हैं, बस उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर रहे। तो ये जो थॉट एक्शन गैप है, इस पर कुछ करना चाहिए। और यहाँ से मैं डाइवर्ट करूँगा अपने सीनियर पैनलिस्ट को कि वो लोग बताएं कि इस थॉट एक्शन गैप को किस तरीके से आपको क्या लगता है कि कैसे ये उस पर काम किया जा सकता है।
That's a wonderful thought, and हम उसी thought पे वापस आएंगे. But before that, I'd like to call upon my learned colleague from IIM Bodh. Sir, management still remains one of the biggest challenges because management man से निकलता है, right? उसमें आपका infrastructure हो, technology हो, जो भी हो, दिमाग जो है वो अपना रास्ता खुद चुन लेता है. So what are those new things that we are now going to be talking about in our regular management curriculum? जैसे हम कह रहे हैं, digital literacy is today not an option, it is absolutely a must. तो इस तरीके की जो चीज़ें हैं, what are those different kinds of developments? Because yours is a relatively new IIM, and looking at you, new age professor. So what can we expect from the new look IIMs in this direction?
Thank you for having me. I've been on this campus on and off in the last 14 years. So Professor Dev Singh has been one of my very old friends. Now thank you for that. Coming to the question raised to me, look, of all the sustainable things we have discussed, I'll not build up on that, but I'll tell you something else. On 25th of November, when N. Chandrasekaran said, Chairman Tata Sons, that stop running behind valuation, run behind the cash flow thing, and that to be steady. The day he mentioned that Byju's valuation was somewhere around $22 billion. Byju's is bankrupt and fallen historically off the books. Now I'll tell you one thing. Look, with respect to everything which we have discussed around sustainability and everything, I need to add one thing. And by the way, when you say that we drive XUV 500s to home, believe me, we have it BS6 jumping across BS5 even before having it. So we are doing great works. That's one. Second, to what is happening around my domain in specific terms, let me tell you. Saudi Arabia, the later half of the 21st century will go to Africa. It won't be the continent we live in. India will pass the baton of growth to Africa. And believe me, the way we are going forward and the way technology integrating us, the way we managed COVID, the way we came out of it. Believe me, technology was one such factor. People talk that kids are not getting social skills because they never went to schools. You forget one thing, we never had zero session for 2 years. Schools functioned, papers were done, people passed all across the world. Add technology to the speed at which we are developing it. If 8 years ago somebody would have said that somebody think or something like UPI will come, which will be adopted by SAARC and extended regions, and it will come from a third world economy like India, where you debate that you have a $2,000 economy per person per year, people would have laughed their hearts out. The reality is, it is happening real time. At this point of time, it has been good 6 years when I last visited a bank branch. I don't remember where my debit cards are. I don't know how life looks without OTPs. On an average Indian receives 27 OTPs a week. It will reach 99 by 2031. We live in a world where this single handheld device decides everything you do. Last year I visited Korea. Our parents believe that we do use a lot of this 600 devices. Believe me, go to Korea, ask them, are you breathing? They will say, yes, it seems I am. And that's how they are operating. Add to this 9G technologies, which will be in market by 2033. If God comes to grant a wish today, people will aspire for 2 more pair of eyes to watch OTT. Because these 2 eyes are not sufficient. On an average, 67% of Indian youth is suffering from dry eye syndrome, courtesy screen time. Add to this the catalyst of ever availability of data, no power cuts, and a world to look forward to. And it looks wonderful. When people come across me and they say zero carbon emissions, zero this, believe me, when Arctic Circle melted, it created a shipping channel which has done wonders to the Arctic Circle reduction of carbon footprints. Just above Canada, besides Alaska, they have founded a new shipping route altogether. With respect to everything, look, I am also not being a devil's advocate here that you are pumping in your generators with diesel and charging your EVs. I'm not that one who will advocate that. But I'm telling you one thing, the way we are going forward and the way we have started discussing in an industrial township, technically in eastern part of this world, people are debating, changes is taking place. It is slow, it is steady, but governments are far more sensitive than what it was 25 years ago. Society at large has started thinking beyond that. And this change in behavior is the only way forward. That's it. Thank you.
Imagine in just this half an hour, what a contrasting and diverse point of views, both for and also against the case of business management and technology advancements has emerged. While we spoke about caution to be exercised, because there was a lot that we needed to be really careful about when we heralded the new technologies and ways of life. Look at the champion, and I can't stop but say cheers to that. Because you know the wonderful picture that he just posted, it may not come true 100%, but even if it were to come true even a good 70 or 80%, my God, we'd be the next superpower. So you know, at least cheers to that. That's a vision which we can all really live for. But I will go back to my colleague of Kanpur and say that he raised a very pertinent point of thought-action gap. And who better to talk about thought-action gap but Mr. Bajpai here? You know, he's the gentleman who has collated so much of opinions and, you know, the truths and even the falsitudes that he can act wrong. And what do we all need to do as a way of life, as well as part of our thought process, more than anything else, to give it the shape that we require for our economy, for our society, and for life at large.
Thank you, Dinjali, and thank you, Allenhouse, for this very interesting topic. And it has taken off, maybe not on the lines that was originally planned, but definitely on very relevant and very pertinent areas. And you mentioned something very recently just now, that you see a contrast in views, which is natural. Which is natural. There is that maturity, or maybe a little bit of glare and a little bit of gloom, versus the youth that represents hope and positivity. Yes, there is a fear lurking out there. There is something that's likely to happen which is not the best. There is development which is always associated with something negative. Nuclear power was created. Otto Hahn created a bomb, didn't know what would happen to it. And Hiroshima and Nagasaki saw what happened to it. So there are always negatives to development. Anything that you take forward will always have a fallout. I ask one question. We are facing, is it technological advancements? Is it growing population? Is it shortage of resources? Is it overconsumption? And what Satish just said, overconsumption? By whom? And Dwivediji mentioned about, and so also Ashish, about the city of Kanpur having seen 9 out of 10 vehicles driven by a single passenger in them. What are we talking of? Are we talking about unequal distribution of resources? Is that the problem? Okay, let me ask you another question. What do you think is going to be the ceiling of the world population? Is there going to be a ceiling? Will we ever hit 100 billion? Will we be stopped at 12 billion? Will we be stopped at 9 billion, 8 billion? What is the figure? Anybody's guess. But if I took an educated guess, I think the world population will start to decline from 15 years from now. We will have a ceiling from now up to 15 years, after which there will be a decline. And the only two populations that are growing at this point in time is India and Africa. That is, and this is what was mentioned by Satish, that these are the two future economies. Why are they the future economies? They are workforces, they are market forces. There are only two things that economy requires, any economic development requires. It requires a market and it requires a producer. You have a supply and you have a demand. Where is the demand? Demand is in India. Where is the supply? Supply is in India. Where is the demand? Demand is in Africa. Where is the supply? Supply is in Africa. So these are the two economies that are going to take the world future stage forever. Populations, mark my words, someday we will probably live to see it, but 15 years from now, we will hit a ceiling and decline rapidly.
rapidly means it will come back to a 4 billion population maybe 50 years from now. Will there be a resource problem then? Will there be a shortage of water then? Will there be any climatic situations then? There will be more cars than people around that time. By that time we'll have 4 billion cars running on the roads. And there will be one person for a car. Believe me, and I'm being a little different from what everybody is saying, but there's a word called Sanatan which we follow. And the Sanatan means it always was and shall always will be. If you follow the concept of Sanatan, believe me, there's nothing to fear. What the white man tells us, the white man has always wanted to overpower and conquer the rest of the world. They succeeded in doing for 150 years. They finally thought there was no use, and in 1945 to 47, 46 countries were freed from the clutches of the Union Jack after they had devoured anything of value that they could take from them. And now they tell us, hey, don't consume power. The Americans tell me, don't consume power. Their houses are all heated centrally. Their houses are all air-conditioned centrally. They burn more power per capita than 100 people of us put together. And they're telling me to consume less. They're telling me about zero carbon. What nonsense is this? Somebody should turn around, and that somebody, my friends, I'm very proud to say, is Narendra Modi. Our Honorable Prime Minister is actually throwing the ball back at them. It is time that we realize that we are on the right path, as what both Satish and Nivedi have said. We are on the right path, and I'm telling you, sooner than later, within our own lifetime, I hope it is within my lifetime, create a mass of net producers, not parasites. Net producers who are not looking for government jobs, who are looking for entrepreneurial activity. There is no looking back, and it will be much faster, not even 2047, it will be much faster, and we will hit the 30 million mark much before 2047. That's my take on what's happening around.
Thank you. Spoken like the true, saint in town. Okay. Taking a cue from exactly what you spoke of, and I'd like to pose this question to you, Maxa. Okay. But at the same time, 2 years back, this is the same country which started off saying that, oh, this is the incubation hub for startups, the entrepreneurs, the young Turks, as we call them. And this is, of course, very relevant to possibly a lot of the population sitting here who are the faculties who are going to create the next generation leaders and the students who are going to be the next generation leaders. Now, my question is, around that time, 2.5 years back, when this was supposed to be the golden terrain for unicorns, and everybody was counting unicorns by the numbers, we are seeing a very different picture today. We are saying that yes, the unicorn ideas take shape, but somewhere they get nurtured overseas or by people who are patronizing them in different ways. But that golden picture which was being painted on the Indian terrain is not really coming to fruition. Where do we lack? Because we have the technology, we have those young minds, the eclectic thinking. What needs to be done by the intellectual capital to be able to give shape to that vision? And
actually, basically, we are lagging behind, of information flow. We have to understand what will be the demand. So on the basis of demand, we have to motivate the students and other members to move, to open some business or some entrepreneurship, and try to motivate to move towards the business, to open some new entrepreneurship.
And Dr. Ashish, taking a cue from what he just said, if you were to leave a few messages to today's generation, that you've got technology at your feet, you've got management coming up, you've got some of the best management gurus coming out of the Indian soil, who are venerated across the globe. What do the current generation need to imbibe as the current day competencies? Because they're very different from yesterday. And you can even see it in your placement interviews. When the companies are coming to for placements, they don't ask you functional questions anymore. You know, they take it for granted that that is hygiene. If you're part of mechanical engineering, you better well know what mechanical engineering is all about, and we are not going to be wasting time asking you around that. What we are asking today in placements is, do you have the resilience? If this was the situation tomorrow, how would you find a solution? What would be your response? Do you have agility in thought? Would you be able to exercise critical thinking in a situation which looks like a blank wall? So what, therefore? Because you belong to one of the most vibrant community of students. How would you characterize competencies today that are required in light of what's happening here?
This is a timely question when it's being asked from your end. So I have been visualizing, let's say from the past 4 or 5 years, somewhere the motivation of the students moving towards the entrepreneurship skills. That could be easily visible. My take on this is that when you see any, let's say a business, it's nothing but a sort of problem what you're trying to identify nearby and are giving a solution to it. How it turns into a business, that's another story, right? So when you are saying that the companies are asking for resilience or what's going to be there in the future, it's simple thing that let's consider the case of an e-commerce industry where we are broadly, see I am a let's say operations guy who is broadly working on product recovery systems and all those things. So whatever story I wave, I actually come on to my domain. So I will again act, seeing an e-commerce company as a resilient person means just visualize a person. For example, if a person like me, I'm somewhere in the 30s and 40s, and let's say if I come to know the first plastic bottle which I have used, is it still present or not? It hasn't been recycled till now, because and it seems the story is with the thermocol. So what you're using, maybe once you go out of this world, it's still evident there. This is my thought on this. So what sort of packaging materials are we coming with abroad? What sort of vision the student has trying to convert this thing into let's say any recyclable materials? So now we are coming with a number of things. We have the paper materials used, a number of more recyclable materials. So what we have actually tried to frame, we are giving a solution to a coming problem or what we are visualizing it. This sort of take is evident nowadays among the students. They are very clear about it. They are willing. They used to come to us, sir. What sort of internship should I do? Are we facing any let's say challenges with respect to an institute making a let's say we are running a university. Means I am in a university where we have 11,000 students. So one or the other time faculty comes to me, if let's say you are a timetable in charge and now they are asking that I have got 2 sessions in this particular week and the other one hasn't got anyone. So now I'm telling the students why we are not coming with a solution with this, and now sometimes a person comes to me, uses a technology or coding, and now we can filter or manage 1100 faculties with almost no questions asked, with the clarity that this is the sort of arrangement we have now. So this was again seen as a problem which was evident within the university, and we are trying to give solution by means of technology or managing it efficiently. So in my vision, the thing is, which nowadays the generation is evident, which wasn't 5-7 years back, they are willing to work on a problem, using the technology to give a solution, and maybe it converts into a unicorn or no, that's another different story or a different word, but the effort is being put on. That's what true. That's what my vision is. Thank you.
Lovely, that's nice. Quick few questions. Analytics ka zamana hai. You know, if people were to ask the HR chief of a company, ki, how can you say this? Your solution is based on what? They would say, my gut feel. You know, and that was supposed to be the big deal for HR chiefs. But aaj agar aap gut feel bole, so, you know, your longevity in the organization is going to be cut short, because we are not going to be feely touching people. We're not going to be considered as people who stand on the bylines and actually talk through our hat. We have a third eye, we have a sixth eye, we have no such things. We are today working on proper analytics. How has analytics created a new paradigm force? So what do you see is the future, and how should our current crop and current generation be able to take that forward?
one has to look at interpreting the trends. Interpretation is very important. The data thing, the analytics part, that is done by some software and they are taken care of. As somebody who's going to looking for a startup or becoming an entrepreneur and having an idea in mind and having passion about that idea and everything. Now the information part is available by secondary sources and all. Now you have to analyze that data, interpret it properly and see that how your abilities, like your capabilities are in line with this. Right? What you have, like those capabilities which you want to offer, how you can shape them according to the need of the hour. And also keep an eye on the coming trends, because big brands which were very huge earlier, like Nokia, Kodak and all, they are gone. Why? Because they fail to change. Right? They fail to adopt a mid-day company which is helping lots of students around who are looking to come up with their businesses. So every day we are having different ideas. There are students who will come from a rural background and they'll start selling some sort of cold drink and something. So we used to tell them कि भाई कुछ novelty लेके आओ, bring up some novelty, right? Scalability and all. तो वो चीजें बताना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. वो data available है. Data is available, but again I'll say कि उसको अच्छे से interpret करो, उसको समझो. अपने पास क्या है, क्या ऑफर कर सकते हो अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज के साथ, वहां से शुरुआत करो. एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज दैट आइडियाज आर एवरीवेयर. देयर आर लाइक सो मेनी प्रॉब्लम्स व्हिच नीड सॉल्यूशन एंड देयर आर लाइक सो मेनी पीपल विद आइडियाज, बट पीपल लैक इन दैट करेज टू स्टेप फॉरवर्ड. सो दैट इज वेयर वी, आई थिंक द स्टूडेंट्स and the teachers have to work together, and the teachers should support their students and guide them in a manner where they feel that they can take that leap forward. That's what I think.
Fantastic. I think Mr. Dwivedi has put it so beautifully, and that's a message probably for all of us here to take home, that data has always been there and continues to be there. How do we slice and dice it? How do we churn it? And ultimately create the analysis out of it, which becomes a part of decision support. That's where the crux lies. Because if it can enrich the scope of your decision 20-fold, 30-fold, you don't really need people interface in those areas, which can well be supported by the kind of inferences that you draw from that wealth of data mining that we are in today's generation talking about. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Satish ji. One little spinner to you. Technology, beautiful, championing the golden era for 2047. Fantastic. I'm with you on that. How do you see wellness and mental well-being, which is now becoming a critical question amongst all these developments? How would you position that, and how do we need to take care of it?
I'll just build up on something. I'll borrow something and then I'll come to this. Look, I'll tell you one thing. Entrepreneurship and startup doesn't mean a centrally air-conditioned steel and glass building. Get out of that mindset. 93% of all startups are primarily AI technology based. And even before companies get registered, people get into a mindset of CEOs. So there is a criteria in India where people get money, they draw huge salaries out of it, and they had a well-being of very significant level. They travel around the world on somebody else's pocket and they made merry around it. That's one thing. Look, and then I have a contrasting story of Nikhil Kamath. He created Zerodha. When you talk about customer acquisition cost values and everything, this guy had a bootstrapped business from day one. He never gave a freebie. The current valuation of this company is $3.6 billion. And the best part is, he doesn't spend a single penny on advertising. So if your product has value, it will sell. And if you do good work, well-being and mindfulness automatically comes in place. Look, you need to love what you do. I love what I am doing at this point of time. I never aspired for a corporate career. I began from a private college because I wanted to be a teacher. If you are here, aspiring to be here, eyeing that, you have a Sadguru residing someplace else. So it's all within you what you aspire to be. And believe me, you don't need a lot of money to be happy. You need it. You need a chauffeur-driven car, you need air conditioning. It is easy to cry in a Mercedes than on footpaths. I agree to that. But believe me, you don't need beyond 8 digits. Stop chasing 9, 10, 11, 12 digits. That goes up to infinity, and that's how mathematics has been. And people who have chased it have stories of Enron. They went bankrupt after default in 2003. There are multiple others who aspired to do multiple things and ended up being something very much different. And if you love what you do, I'll refer you go to that Stanford convocation speech of Steve Jobs. At 30, I was fired from Apple, and then I created Pixar, the finest innovation studio in Hollywood. When you do that, eventually that company will get you back, your innocence will come to you, you will be mindful, you will be happy, and you will die peacefully. And believe me, peaceful living is critical. Peaceful death is significant. People in our part of the world have started chasing the Western world dream long before, and believe me, in our lifetime, the currency exchange rates are not getting skewed towards you. Dollars will be a bit on the higher sides. Believe me, if you are unhappy with the current of yours, just convert your currency to the bit downer ones, and you feel happy. Go to South Korea, once convert is to 1:16, but believe me, survival is a bit tough. Money is a number, don't chase it, but do something, you need it. So I'm not getting into that domain that wear a bhagwa and move around, don't do that. You will require a lot of money, you need to live. That's my per se of these things. With respect to mindfulness and everything, it will come to you. You don't need to meditate in the morning, you don't need to remember a lot. You love what you do and you are good to go. You don't need anything else.
What a fundamental message that was, and I can't help but 110% agree to what you said. You know, we run behind jargons and concepts. We look after semantics. It's almost as if it's a new toy to play with. But that's not true. What does mindfulness tell you? It just tells you, don't think about what happened yesterday, and don't keep talking about what's going to come to you, because you're losing out on the fun of today. So let's look at what we do today. Let's live it the way we are supposed to do. Let's enjoy, and as I rightly said, apply your passion. I mean, I look back at 30 years of my corporate career. I'm sorry to say, but I didn't start off as an academician. But today I have a little claim to it, yes, a joy in itself. And that's exactly what I tell people, that choose what you want to do carefully. Because once you choose right, you don't live to regret. Then the need to look back and the need to continuously look to where do I go from here, as he very rightly said, I'm here but I want to be here. That dilemma, that tug of war, does not need to eat into your mind space in the today. If you can make life simple and live that life, believe you me, a lot of these technology, oh my God, business management, oh my God, cryptocurrencies, and the social media, and the market space, all that will stop becoming, misnomers, and will start making sense to all of us. That's also my observation. So beautifully, I think this discussion has brought it out. Last but not the least, I want your perspective on, therefore, in all this that's happening and the tug of wars, what role does leadership have to play in this? What are tomorrow's leaders going to be like? Are they going to be the same pedigreed class coming from novelty, or do you need grassroots level thinking, practically agile and common sense leaders to rule tomorrow?
Of course, if Chaiwala can become a leader, anybody can. You don't need to be educated at the Ivy League to become a leader. But I want to take a cue from Sequoia. It's very fine. Vanguard can come and spend all their billions of rupees or billions of dollars here, burn it up into my country, no problem. But when they start burning my money, I'm hurt. The other thing is, we Indians are very close to God. In fact, the evidence is prior to the COVID debacle. It was a debacle by everybody, not just us, by everybody. We don't know what figures we lost in terms of lives in our country, but it was quite a substantial thing. And yet, in our memory, It's forgotten. It's history already. Why? Because we strongly believe in rebirth. We strongly believe in Atma being the constant, changing bodies from one to the other, and therefore, how does it matter? It's over. The chapter is gone. And when we believe in this, we say we don't die. And do you know this? This is the only country in the whole world where insurance is not sold and on a fear concept but on a return concept. Can you believe this? आपको इसमें 8% रिटर्न मिलेगा, आप इंश्योरेंस खरीद लीजिए। हे मेरे भगवान, कौन सी दुनिया है ये? Which country is this? We sell insurance on incentivizing. आपका टैक्स बेनिफिट होने वाला है. You will not pay 20% of the tax on the income that you earn if you save for insurance. Because पड़ोसी मरता है, मैं थोड़ी मरूंगा. This is what is something that has been handed down to our society from God knows when. That we don't die, the neighbor dies. So why should I worry? I will not insure myself. If you are going to give me a return, I will put my money there. Perfect. The leadership of this whole pattern of things that's going around, it's so imperative that we need to actually work around the concept that as followers, this country is possibly the best in the whole planet. We're extremely good followers. We are extremely good at adapting new technology. We're extremely good at doing things which are faster than anybody else. If you remember, there was an animal, a small little animal called the pager. The pager sometimes was a 1-line pager, 2-line pager, 3-line pager. The pager was a forerunner to the mobile phone across the world. Across the world. And the pager had a life of about 10 years in most of the planet before the mobile phone took over. And do you know how long the life of pager was in India? Less than 6 months. Give it to the maids, because mobile phone was 16 rupees and 32 rupees a minute or something like that. So we gave it to them and we would call them on the pager, and they also, and I'm very proud to say I was part of that revolution. Yesterday I was narrating the story that Dhirubhai Ambani had with Mukesh Ambani and Anil Ambani in tow, and Manoj Modi, where he said, if you cannot sell a phone where one can talk for less than 50 paise on a conversation between Bombay and Chorwat, stop doing that business. And it just happened. And today, believe me, India is the world's, it's already beating China, is the world's biggest mobile phone community or telecom community. Jio is the world's #1 company in telecom. So we are damn fast in adopting anything new. And therefore, we have to be very careful. We are also very good at adopting stuff like marijuana, heroin, brown sugar, whatever else you have, coke, the blue whale, whatever else.
Reels.
TikTok. We are extremely rapid. We were the first to ban them also, yes. So let us be very careful. The responsibility that half of us, the other half is going to follow, but the half of us which are probably on the verge of 50 plus, we have to be careful what message we give across. We as teachers, as faculty, have to be very extremely conscious of the fact with Satish that we are in for a very big joyride for us for the next 20, 30, 40 years. Thank you.
On that wonderful note, I did get a little chit saying 5 minutes only, but I had already decided that this was going to be the culminating question. Okay, on that wonderful note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank my very esteemed and august panelists for sharing such lovely eclectic thoughts amongst all of you. Thank you very much, and for giving me the choice of moderating this conversation, and for being so patient with all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Such a thoughtful discussion and heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sudha Dhawan, co-convener of ICRDBMTE 24, to extend the vote of thanks.
Respected directors and dear participants, on behalf of Allenhouse Group of Institutions, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Devchandi Roy Ma'am, Chief Human Resource Officer, Vendor Fevitex Private Limited, Nepal University, Odisha, Dr. Satish Chandra Ojha Sir, IIM Bodh Gaya, Dr. Ashish Dwivedi Sir, School of Business Management, Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, who partook the glory of all of us. At last, I would like to express my special thanks to all our cooperation. Thank you.
Please enjoy the refreshments and join us soon after the break at 12:05 p.m. Thank you.
वेट करिएगा वेट करिए
A very good afternoon to all of you present here. I hope you all are refreshed after this short break. So let us continue the session forward. It is indeed an honor to welcome our chief guest for today's session, Dr. Bhupendra Singh, Chief Scientist at CIRDBMTE Bangalore, with a distinguished career scientist in Center for Artificial Intelligence and Research, DRDO Bangalore. He holds a doctorate from IIT Madras. His primary area of interest includes design and analysis of quantum safe stream ciphers and log ciphers. He is also interested in construction of cryptographically good Boolean functions and S-boxes. I now request respected Director AIT, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Mishra sir, to kindly come forward and extend a warm welcome to Dr. Bhupendra Singh, Chief Scientist at CIRDBMTE Bangalore.
Today I will be talking on cybersecurity challenges in e-commerce. And when we proceed, we will feel that each and every area of life is affected by the cybersecurity. Either you are doing business or security. And of course, we know the technology will lead. When we are in our childhood, we have seen so many PCO booths. Everything is recharged using the app. When you come on the app, at that time security will lead. Suppose you have recharge, but actually your phone is not getting recharged. Or your data during the recharge process, the information, credit card information, or bank information, or someone has got that information and that can be misused. So each and every aspect of are you are going to secure your application, or it is either on the web page or application, cybersecurity is very much needed. At least the awareness of cybersecurity is important. So this talk will be in that direction, to get some awareness when we are doing any business, any technology, evolution or entrepreneurship, how to will achieve the cybersecurity with the help of cryptography, and what is the security and risk. There is a historical development. This subject is very rich subject, and we started, that history will be presented here, and the practical quantification of risk. When we feel we are risk, we need the security. And cybersecurity principle and challenges, after that the talk will be completed.
And the basic motivation we all know, the keeping information away or secret from the friends or adversary. Why we are protecting our mobile phone? We will put complicated passwords. So anyone cannot access the information what you have in the mobile phone. That is a fundamental aspect. If you trust the people, if anyone says your mobile phone or laptop or the PC and the information shared with everyone and you don't have any threat, then cryptography is questionable. But nowadays everywhere and recommendation is there, we should keep changing our password in the PC and information flowing over insecure channel and PIN of the card. It is also recommended by bank to keep changing and credit card related information when we are doing online transaction. And of course the strategic planning of government and the diplomatic talk. These are the defense sector side and these things are related to the civilians. Each and every sector needs the security. And security is implied by the cryptography and strong cryptographic protocol. So here we will discussing about authentication and access control. Everywhere access control is there. Either you want to enter in the building, you have to authenticate yourself. And the hardware, software, architecture. Separation is very important when something gets infected. We have to separate from the networking. Like COVID, someone was talking about. COVID, the separation was, if someone gets affected by the COVID, then you have to separate them. Same thing applies for the cybersecurity. If any machine, any PC get affected, you have to separate from the network. So that will slow down the spreading. That is a very fundamental process of achieving security, which has been done during COVID era. Then they are put in isolation. That is the isolation and separation and confinement. They are the very related aspect in security as well as the day-to-day life. Monitoring and analysis, recovery and response. And how the crypto system will look like, it is a 5-tuple plain text, ciphertext key. We have the encryption algorithm and decryption algorithm. In case of symmetric key, encryption and decryption will be same with the reverse process. In case of asymmetric key, encryption and decryption will be different. This is the overall symmetric encryption. When 1949 Shannon developed the concept of cybersecurity and related to the, at that time, how the key transportation will take care. We put there is a secure channel available between Alice and Bob. Key is going through the secure channel and the ciphertext is going through insecure channel, which access is available to the cryptanalysis. And this is the model of the passive adversary. At that time, Shannon has not thought of the active adversary. Active adversary will block the channel. And the public key cryptography, we have the key generation algorithm which generates the public key and secret key, or you can say the private key. And the public key, using public key, message will be encrypted. In day-to-day life, everywhere we are using the public key as well as symmetric key. When you are doing the internet banking, either SBI or any bank, they internally uses these types of cryptographic primitives and encrypted using message and decrypted using the secret key. The main important thing is encryption is done with the help of public key, and public key is available to everybody, and public key has to be authenticated public key. The user should trust it is authenticated public key. Public key is not authenticated. Key transportation, and this is very important things. And if there is a key encapsulation mechanism, nowadays they generate the public key and secret key. Encapsulation using the public key and get the CT key, and decapsulation will give the key. This is a dedicated key sharing mechanism. It is different from the Diffie-Hellman and other things are available. This is protected against the attacker with specific class of attacker, and digital signature is used most of every application. Here the signing is done using the message gets signed using the secret key, and verification is done using the private key. What is the motivation when Alice and Bob is talking, there will be attacker sitting in between. This is the communication security, and we have to protect all information from the attacker so no one can get the meaningful information. And same thing applies for the electronics commerce security. If you are doing something on the merchant side, like you have Amazon or Flipkart, if someone steal your credit card information, nowadays there is one option, secure save your credit card information, but we don't know how secure it is actually. If that gets, and sometimes it gets revealed also, but now the other thing is your OTP is coming on mobile. If someone secure your credit card information, pay that when you are selling, you have to get the money. This would be the proper authenticated and integrity is there and all those things are needed. And for the law enforcement agency, also want to monitor what they may be talking. Nowadays government is doing the phone tapping or they can WhatsApp call, I don't know what they are doing, but they have prepared us to come towards the modern cryptography. Classical cryptography is motivation for the modern cryptography. At that time your computer hardware we need in the modern cryptography. And some principles for the classical cryptography, they become the guiding force for the modern cryptography. And in the world around 4,000 years ago, cryptography was started. In India, we started around, this is as per literature available, but it may be possible someone may be using cryptography, maybe since 2,500 years ago in India we started, and this is the historical development of cryptography is going with respect to the computing. When we have no computing, computation was done by hand. Classical computing at that time they were talking about the confidentiality, one-time pad, and at the same time the classical information theory came. And the DS was the first mathematical block cipher, and DS till date it is used in ATM to server authentication. It is not obsolete. DS, Diffie-Hellman is also used, RSA and numerical cryptography, all are, DS is very much used. And AES also will follow. After the computing model changed from classical computing to became to the quantum computing. Once quantum computing comes, this Diffie-Hellman, RSA, or the information will also get affected. Quantum computing will change the payment gateway in any merchant site, and after that there will be the era where we do the DNA computation. Nowadays, government has also started National Quantum Mission actually, 6,000 crore, and the proposal was DST has asked the proposal for submitting the post-quantum cryptographic algorithm, QKD, quantum key distribution, quantum communication, quantum annealing, and there were 6 vertical, one more quantum material. So those things together will affect the security. And quantum computer, government has targeted around 2,000 qubit quantum computer, and presently in that direction people are working. And quantum computer drawback is the way we will realize the quantum computer. Sometimes cryptography, it is the future direction of cryptography how we started it. And this is the historical development. You see the cipher was developed in 15 BC. Credit card is secret, other than every information is public. So in this model only most of the attacker system work, whatever was the 1883. After that the Vernon cipher came. Here the quantum mechanics birth take place in 1920. Quantum mechanics started in 1920. In 2020 government is almost 100 years we are going to make the cryptographic primitive, which should be the quantum phase. And Enigma was in 1923, Shannon's in 1949. Based on this, the late symmetric cipher is designed, the Shannon's symmetric principle, and DS is 1975. It was standardized after 1949 to 1975. So the Diffie-Hellman proposed at 1976, and at the same time, quantum information theory took place, which is very similar to the classical information theory what Shannon has given. And this is the RS integrated in 1976. RSA was in 1978. This was the mechanism 1978. This is code-based PQC system. Till date it is safe, quantum safe. And Samir Secretary sharing is in 1979. And Richard Feynman in 1981, he told the using of the quantum computer for the exact simulation, physical simulation. But nowadays we are using quantum computer for breaking the cryptographic algorithm. VUCA, this was the quantum key distribution protocol. First it was presented in 1984 in the IST, one of the Central Conference Room of Indian Institute of Science. At the time we both came and they were presented. And this paper was ready around 1980. But nowhere it was getting accepted. 1984 in conference in India, this paper was published. And this has become fundamental paper for quantum key distribution. General knowledge is very important. Without revealing any information, I will prove yes what I want to do that. In 1985, and Koblenz and Miller elliptical cryptography in 1986, and Biham Samir differential cryptography 1991, Matsui 1994, Robert Stanley 1990, and the source algorithm. This is a quantum factorization algorithm which has affected the RSA. Because of source algorithm, we are talking about the post-quantum cryptography. After that, the SHA-1, it was in secure hash algorithm. Completion was done by the NIST in 1995, and SHA-1 became standard. After that, 1996, Grover algorithm came. This is the last Grover. He was a student from the IT Delhi. He proposed algorithm which is used for searching the object. Because of this, we on computer in 2003 for selecting the secure stream cipher. At the time, no stream cipher was selected. Stream cipher is also used, and at that time, the messy, no stream cipher was selected. Everything was rejected, actually, based on some distinguisher attack, minor attack. So, 2004, Adi Samir gave one talk in Asia. The title was Stream Cipher Dead or Alive. Adi Samir was started. Here we have the finalists like Grail, HC128, HC256, Salsa. After that, 15. Caesar completion was started in 2018. Lightweight cryptography is one of the very important direction. Now, weight means the implementation complexity should be less. It was in 2022, and the NIST P2C completion started in 2024. It is started in 2016, but supposed to be standardized. Some standard was selected, and it is going on. If you see the full history of the cryptographic development, it is tied with the computing. What computing we have. If computing evolves, the cryptography will change, security will change. What security? The Caesar was used almost, Caesar cipher was used almost more than 50 years. But after that, if you see 1914 quantum cryptography basically means the quantum key distribution, and post-quantum cryptography is classical but quantum safe. And DNA computing will be the DNA cryptography. This is just standard terminology how it is used in. This is the plain text, it is the unencrypted form of the message, they call the original form. And the cipher text is the encrypted message. And the encryption function which encrypts the message, decryption function will decrypt the message with given key. Both key is same. And key is the secret parameter used in encryption and decryption. It is shared between both parties and involved. In case of symmetric cryptography, asymmetric cryptography both are different. Cipher system or cryptographic system is the scheme which is used for encryption and decryption. Cryptography is the science of making cipher, and cryptanalysis is the science of breaking cipher, and cryptology is both. And this message is, this is the model when Shannon's proposed in 1949. Your attacker is sitting in the between, and Alice and Bob don't know someone is sitting. Just he or she may be reading the real content of the message, or he or she may get the encrypted text. This is over internet or over the common facilities available. This is called the release of message content, and this is the pricing. And the traffic analysis, some attacker is sitting in between. Whatever they are doing, the traffic analysis is also very important information. If I will stand outside of anyone's house or anyone's office, and I will see who has entered, how much time he was inside, how much time he was out, or from which country to which country call is coming, that much, and to whom that call is going, that itself gives a lot of information in national security as well as the individual security. And the masquerading is very dangerous thing. It is an active attack. This person is masquerading as a Bob. Bob has not originated anything, but he pretending to be the boss and sending some message to the Alice and want to get the approval. This happens so many times in the real life. Suppose that is basically the fake message is coming, we don't know actually that message was given by that person or not, or that something will write and below they will write the name of that person. To look like that person has told, but that may not be the correct thing to do. So that is the important is cybersecurity threat. Masquerading is very important actually. And the more dangerous is the modification of message. Whatever message is going, if someone modified and send it, if you are not able to detect the modification of message, that means the integrity and cryptanalysis is going so many ways. Sometimes your objective is to recover the message, sometimes your objective is to recover the plain text. And it is different model of the cryptanalysis that we need not to discuss here. And this cryptographic solution, when interception happens, someone is intercepting at that time, that means the confidentiality of message is lost. If someone is modifying the message, then that integrity of message is lost. Integrity is lost. We need the highest function. Confidentiality is lost. Encryption algorithm is needed. Fabrication means actually message is not originated, but message is floating over communication channel. That means the authenticity of message is lost. At that time we need the message authentication code, or that is the part of semantic cryptography. In a semantic cryptography we can use the digital signature to start the fabrication. And the CIA very important track, confidentiality, integrity, availability. If you want to secure your asset, it is confidentiality and integrity, and further down the line, authentication, authorization, and non-reputation is also, they call CIAAL. So that will continue, and that will, we should be taking the process decision what we need. We need the confidentiality or integrity and availability. Disconnecting the computer from the internet is secure. It will give the confidential. If we connect your internet or laptop from the disconnect from the internet, it is secure. But the availability will be sufficient. That integrity loss due to the update, you will not be able to update your PC if you disconnect from the internet. And same thing applies for the integrity versus the confidentiality and availability. They are the related things. How we should decide what we want, confidentiality or integrity or availability. The concrete security solutions need all these three things in the commercial. And the confidentiality, we need to know what actually message was given, and same thing. Integrity is a non-binary thing. What is the degree of integrity? Only 5% is changed or 10% is changed. But the confidentiality is a binary thing. It is confidential, yes or no. Integrity also can be a binary in the strict case, but non-binary integrity is also important. Message is confidential, integrity, but availability itself is not there. Yesterday we were sitting in that Kanpur club, but some people's network itself is not there. Mobile phone. So that making it available, if you are standing on the merchant side, you want to do the payment, that network should be available. That availability is very important aspect in cybersecurity. All things is done, but if it is not available, it is meaningless. But how to do the availability part, how to make sure it is available, that is the redundancy. Redundancy should have 2-3 SIM. One SIM from Airtel, one SIM from Jio, one SIM from the BSNL. That redundancy gives the availability. Suppose any merchant has only one payment gateway, PhonePe. PhonePe is not working, then you should have the other option section. That availability and redundancy, if you go for redundancy, that will cost excess. Maintaining 3 SIM is costlier than the maintaining 1 SIM. Same thing applies for the merchant who is fruit selling. If he having the only one PhonePe is not working, not available. Someone has done the DOS attack over the PhonePe, At that time he will not able to do the payment, he will not buy actually. If he don't have cash, there is no option. So cost, redundancy and availability, they are also impacting the cybersecurity. We want the cheap cybersecurity solutions. It should be available to everybody. There is another dimension, the usability. If it is not usable, we will not go. If it is a very secure system and it is not usable, what we will do? We will bypass that. So the bypassability and usability, availability, these things are guaranteed by the cryptographic primitives, and they become very important in day-to-day life. And that can be achieved using timely request response, fair allocation of resource, no starvation, the fault tolerance, and no total breakdown. We have the redundant links and easy to use and the intended way, so they provide control and concurrence. And threat spectrum is, it is a local threat, or it is a national level threat, or it is in between. Local threat means the individual, where we call the interruption, modification, and fabric. Disclosure means attack on the data confidentiality, and unauthorized modification, providing wrong data, and I will be able to convince you, yes, it is correct data, but data is wrong. Like the DOS attack what we have already discussed. This is very important in the availability aspect, and these are different ways to attack to destroy the availability. And the non-reputation network availability, network vulnerability, and network threat, it depends on the people. We have to train the people who should be aware of using the cyber security thing. And this is one of the basic cipher, which is sixth cipher, which is very similar to the, just to give the glimpse what cryptography is. Suppose you have A to Z, and if you assign the number between 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, up to 25. Since we have 26 letters, here 0 to 25 number is assigned. And how the encryption is done, suppose your key is 1 and the message is good morning, G will map to the 6. G will be mapped to 6, number 6, and OO is going to 14 and D will be 3, and same thing on the morning. E is 1, I will do the addition mod 256, it will get the 7, 15, 15, 4, 13, 15 like that, and equivalent English text is HPPY, NPSOJOH. You see that? Wherever O is appearing, O, it is mapped to the P1. This is one of the weaknesses in the cipher, which actually attacker exploit. These are the classical cipher. Modern era, such P, wherever O appears in this, since key is only one, same key is used. And how we'll do the decryption? We'll take the message, SPPY, SPSOJOH, an equivalent letter, and subtract -1. They will get one cheat actually. All the intelligence people, they will get one handwritten cheat. And key they have to memorize. Today's key is 17. And using that they used to coordinate actually. Almost he told till service, end of service, he was using this type of cyber. Revenue intelligence in Madras residency. That time they were using actually. And still these types of cipher, not in this way, but some other form where we don't have the power supply. There are the places where our services people, Army, Navy, Air Force are studying and we don't have the power supply. Paper ciphers are used, but they become more complicated. And it is still in use. Automation is done, paper cipher is there, quantum safe cipher is there, everything is used. Yellow bogie if someone is traveling without ticket. All those things are, it is old cipher, but still it is in, somewhere it is used. Actually. That is very difficult, it is foolproof and people are using. Security and usability, they are complicated and they are universally purposeful. Security is unattainable can never be secure, there will be always threat. And dictionary meaning of security is freedom from danger or risk. And what is the risk? Exposure to the chance of loss. And the information, whatever we are having, it is today if it is risk-free, tomorrow it is not going to risk-free actually. Today we are using the link which is perfect with respect to the classical computing, but quantum computer hasn't, the risk-freeness will go in. So this is very relative information. The fundamentally security is about management of risk. Information security is about, we will not be protecting like this actually. We have to make a foolproof wall so no wolves can enter in the, and this is the quantification of risk. Risk is the threat, vulnerability and the countermeasure applied by the value of the asset. And this is the risk of the potential loss, what loss we are going to do. If you want to minimize your risk, you have to put the countermeasure infinite. Infinite countermeasure is not possible. You have to put some kind of countermeasure, so at least first level of security should be there. And this is the weakness of our system, and threat is the adversary strength. And what is the countermeasure? Value is the value of our asset that face the risk or potential loss, and countermeasure will be the taken in the to mitigate or reduce the risk as associated and the cost of development. If you want to risk zero, you have to make the countermeasure infinite, which is impossible actually. So whatever cryptographic primitive or whatever cybersecurity primitive we will be using, there will be always risk. To minimize the risk and make the system secure, that management is needed. And this is that's the key relation between the adversary, threat, vulnerability, risk, assets, and their safety. This is a domain where we want to safeguard. And optimizing the cost, we have to optimize value of information, cover time, and countermeasure, deployment scenario. All these things are matter. Security is the mean and it is not a mean. Technology that affect the future. And security is about the risk management. Security has to build from the beginning. Security is the multi-dimensional. The purpose of risk management is to improve the security of the network, computer, program and data from the attack, and it is from the danger and unauthorized. And the cybercrime is cyber responsibility process. And the auditability is the audit process, who has done what is the pros and cons. It was as per the rule or it is without rule. That is also very important aspect in the security. Cyber attack and cyber threat. Most common cyber threat is social engineering, Trojan horse, unspiced software, phishing and network worm. Putting worm on the network and full network get affected, and tomorrow availability itself is cyber threat can come from the wide variety of the sources against the government. The national government threat, or industrial secret, or hacker, business competitor, or organization, things like that. And how to deal with this? What kind of resource the taker has? And what is the organization? What is the funding? And they are the unstructured threat, unstructured threat, or highly structured threat. It depends who's your attacker. If it is a resource individual or a small group, they have very limited resource, funding is not there, but they will try to harm you, try to affect the network, try to get meaningful information. So when resource become well-trained people or group of people and they have some funding, they will be more powerful than the unstructured one. And when nation become adversary, extensive organization, resource and planning, and long-term attacker on practical machine or data, they will exploit the multiple method, technology, social or insider help. At that time, they will harm more than the night 2 o'clock, and after that someone came, no, it was a false, and they not told it is a cyber attack, but actually such things are the cyber attack. How someone can hack the Prime Minister Twitter account and throw that information. That 2 hours people may be buying the cryptocurrency, and people know that yes, it is because legal tender in India, but after that government clarifies this is not. So this is also a cyber aspect. At that time the reputation is also damaged and financial loss for someone may be there, and that has a legal consequence. End user has a lot of role in the cybersecurity. Create and maintain the password, manage your account and password, secure your computer. There are very difficult things to achieve, and protect the data you are handling. Assess risky behavior online. Online, whatever the web page, whatever the pop-up is there, we have to see carefully and intelligent way. And equip yourself with the knowledge of security guidelines, policy and procedure. Always Government of India also give the warning what types of safely manage your email account, secure your computer, protect data you are handling, avoid risky behavior online, be aware of security guidelines, policy and procedure, create and maintain the strong password. There is something called the passphrase. Most of the time we make some password and write on the paper. So that will lead to the difficulty. If you are using the passphrase, that will make it faster. Avoid reusing same password on multiple account. Avoid storing your password where others can see it or storing it electronically in unencrypted format. Avoid reusing of password when changing an account or the password, and do not use automatic login procedure. And these are the how to manage your email account. Same guidelines Government of India is giving. Avoid providing your user ID, password, or other confidential information to the other person on safe copies of important documents. Be aware of the email using is happening, and how to save your quantum computer or mobile phone. Lock your computer when you are not attending. Lock out the cryptography, how it is changing, how cybersecurity is changing with respect to change of the computing facility. If your computing changes, cryptography will change. In classical computing era, we are going before 1990 the classical and the classical cryptography. Quantum computing will be do the quantum cryptography, post-quantum cryptography. DNA computing will do the DNA cryptography. And basically what I did, plus here some motivation was there. Everyone has a secret, and how to protect that secret, it depends on the what is the I will put in the locker of my almirah will lock, and then room I will lock, then main gate I will lock, over and above I will put some security also, physical security. So 3-4 layers of security will be there. If there is no asset, I will not bother, I will open the room and go. So that security and the value of asset, and how long you want to protect that asset. All those things are related, and over and above the 10 minutes security or 20 minutes security, I am leaving my house for 1 day, then 1 day is enough for me, someone protect my house. I will not want same security when I am in house, security. And we talked about the historical development when we started, and 2500 years ago in India, we started documented evidence, started doing cryptography. Basically, cryptography when we don't trust on each other. If we trust on each other, we don't need the cryptography. Suppose there is no adversary, then cryptography becomes redundant. Computing and Cryptography is a message. Life is infinite. We have to keep moving and keep increasing our knowledge, and added knowledge recently that will give the advantage to the individual as well as the nation. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Sir, issues like risk, vulnerability, these are also concerned with disaster management. Yes, Justice Call, I will let yes, this one. So threat, vulnerability, these are issues of disaster management also, and we also calculate like that. But this countermeasure is so that
So you can sit on this.
if it can be applied for disaster management also, then I will be innovating something.
So please be comfortable.
The countermeasure is basically input. Someone wants to access that system, then first level I will not provide that access to that system.
Okay.
That access control. After that, you are going, suppose you open the system, then it becomes tampering of the system. And there will be tamper response will be there. The tamper response will take the action which will inherently damage the system. You will not get the key or meaningful information.
Right.
That fellow will shrink that. That is very good importance of that is countermeasure actually. That plant was to protect has to be infinity if you want to reach the zero actually. That is a mathematical formula.
This is not possible. Yes.
Which is definitely countermeasure has to be infinity. That means if
I knock you on the head, your brain will stop.
Yes. Unconscious will become. After some time you will be.
Brain says, I'm sorry, I want to shut down.
Yes. That possibility is there. Same thing in disaster management. You can take your motivation for that, how to, like you get the early information in some disaster is there, that become kind of countermeasure. Suppose you
lag, then even the brain, some kind of brain in the leg will immediately react like countermeasure.
Yes.
Even before your brain reacts.
Yes.
It happens.
Yes.
Yes. But you very well elaborated it. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Very well said.
it takes a lot of time to formulate this actually.
Yes.
Past 20 years I am working in cryptography.
Thank you. Very well.
Audience wants to ask anything? Anybody from expert point of view? In one of the tasks which I have been currently doing. Couple of days back I have been invited to write an editorial from a very prestigious media house in UP that will cover the entire 75 cities of Uttar Pradesh related to the current election scenario in India. So since the first phase is already gone through, so Election Commission of India have realized that even after all voting campaign, the voting percentage is still going to be around 55 to 65%. So keeping the countries where we have compulsory election procedure like in Switzerland, Belgium, Argentina. So Government of India, in fact Election Commission of India wants also to do in India. But in India, as we all know, that compulsory voting is not possible. So keeping our youth and handicapped people in mind, those who are working away from their home sites, they want to on e-voting, online voting concepts. So at one side, Indian top, apart from this denial of service attack and availability as you have known, so what other countermeasures we need to apply already? Since I'm writing in the article on that, so I need to include those points.
I was sector magistrate in the voting procedure of Karnataka, Bangalore. In fact, Bangalore Central, Bangalore Rural, Bangalore North. What was the problem? It became the extended weekend. Friday was the OT. That become holiday, and Saturday, Sunday, and same thing Saturday, Sunday, people take leave and they went out. No one has voted it. And but some people who are very old, they are coming for, I was observing some booths also. Some people who don't have left, this time voter, they are very enthusiastic. Someone gave us voter registration form.
But middle is?
That can be done. Suppose everyone has a smartphone. They will take one. I was thinking in that when I was roaming in that Tata Sumo, at that time I was electronic voting concept. I was thinking, so I can tell you what my thought process. Someone said, like, suppose election commission make one app. Each and every individual download that app. He has the Aadhaar card linked to that. And for the voting option, the voting day, some options will come, BJP, Congress. All over India, whatever 140 crore we have, very limited people have a smartphone. That are any other mechanism government can make for e-voting? Suppose at the booth level
zone to get a note and you can vote. And for that, as a countermeasure, cybersecurity precautionary measure, what they are having multiple layers of authentication. So one is obviously user ID will be the Aadhaar card, one is the password, second one is the OTP, third one they may ask for a particular pattern which you only know, and fourth will maybe the thumb impression, retina or face scan, maybe the biometric one, and at last they may ask you some security question which is already input by you or only you knows. So that kind of multiple factor authentication they are going to have. My concern is...
At 3 times it is not going, so let it stop, I will go and tea and take rest. Availability is a major, very important concern in any public sector. But how to do that? There should be some redundancy. Instead of one, you should have 2, 3, like lease line, to develop the more trust on the people. So similar trust level, we need the e-voting also. So that is a challenging but it is an important task. E-voting is the ultimate solution, but so many factors will affect it. Anyone can affect the e-voting. Then on the third place, harassment and interaction. Everyone is fed up with election duty का और कोई भी तरीका हो सकता है.
ऑफिसर पे चोट लगी. Sir, coding, we could easily found some codes related to DNA cryptography, ATCG.
Yeah, that basis for representation.
Yes. We can convert our plain text into ATCG and then we apply some codes and the output encryption decryption mechanism will be prepared. And I have heard one article that some scientists claim, and they have shown through an experiment also, that some milligrams of DNA could store 108 terabytes of data.
That is correct.
These two parallel things in our mind, would it be exactly possible to attain this DNA cryptography? I mean, at some point of time, or it will be only kind of a theoretical aspect?
You are challenging God.
Look up actually. If you got a cipher text, just look up, you will get the key. So those types of hybrid attacks, which is using DNA as well as the classical cryptography. You are getting the point. In AES we have 128-bit key. That means that 28 people will go to the DNA and DNA.
So a lot of publication can also be done.
Yes. That's why that indication is there. If you are quick, you can publish.
Protect ourselves from science.
Started with the knock.
Yeah. That is the ultimate thing. Physical thing is the most secret.
Yes, especially now we are, anyone can get exposed to technology. Every single information about us is there.
Yes,
everywhere.
it is there. People know. But there is sometimes not. Don't will happen if you are not there. We are ready to.
So it has to be the balance between risk and benefit.
Benefits are risks are always there. Whatever, even a small thing, there is a risk.
So you have to identify the kind of risk and the quality of risk. If it's a risk to a country's internal security,
that's a difference. Yes.
Yeah, then
absolutely
then
no,
we don't need.
no challenge. But not if
There is a national risk.
the national security threat.
That cannot be compromised.
That cannot be
compromised.
You can't challenge that.
Yes.
No amount of technology is.
Whatever it is, it's still paper. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words and for sharing your valuable insights with us. It is now my pleasure to introduce Yadav, Registrar of Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. With a wealth of experience in both teaching and administrative roles, he has a strong background in computer science and engineering, holding a PhD from MNIT, Allahabad and MTech from IP University. Sir has been recognized for his contributions, receiving awards such as Best PhD Thesis Award from the Computer Society of India in 2018. I would now like to request
सभी लोगों को मैडम को थैंक यू फॉर माय इंट्रोडक्शन. We are moving for the quantum computing career destinations. So we also have some certain security measures between the two parties. So how can we perform communication, how the classical computers or another the quantum computers? So I hope you have listened both about classical computations. We can move to the bits just like a binding. So in this way we can perform certain kinds of computations in classical computations, just like you know that RSA algorithms for factorial purpose. 97, Grover developed the quantum search algorithm. Basically, the complexity of this algorithm is order of n. Moore's law and observation that the number of transistors in an integrated circuit IC doubles in every 24 months. This is a diagram basically showing Moore's law, number of years and how the ICs are going on. And outcome rate transistor will be as soon as an atom. This is just showing computer technology is making devices smaller and smaller, reaching a point with the classical physics is no longer suitable model for the law of physics. It scales becomes too much, then the quantum phenomena comes in a role. For example, electronic tunnel through micro thin barrier between the two. In a quantum computing, bits are used which have special properties. A quantum bits or the qubits is a unit of quantum information which may be 1 or 0 or both at the same time. That is superposition positions. Many different physical objects can be used qubit, such as atoms, photon or electronics. Imagine you have an electron in a state where its spin is a superposition. It is up or down state. The qubit state is represented as a by these equations. Phi is equal to alpha u up and beta down. This is electronic spin. This is a representation of 1 or 0 in qubits. Pure state, this is represented as a function of phi is equal to alpha 0 plus beta v1, where alpha square plus beta square is equal to 1, and probabilities of this measure can be alpha square, the probability of to measure 0, and the probability to measure 1. So from this diagram we can represent the qubits in mathematical equations, which can be represented in this forms. It is a block sphere. Here this is further represented as a 0 and 1 in this format. So quantum computer uses a quantum mechanical phenomena, that is superposition or entanglement. So basically, quantum superposition can be an electron has a dual nature. It can be exhibited as a particle and so on as a wave. Wave exhibit phenomena known as superposition of the wave. This phenomena allows the addition of the two waves numerically. A single unit can be forced into superposition of the two states denoted by the addition of the state vectors. Psi is equal to alpha into 0 plus beta into 1, where alpha square plus beta square is equal to 1. When two or more particles link up in a certain way, no matter how far apart they are in a space, their state remains linked. The share is a common unified quantum state, so observation of one of the particles can be automatically provide information about the other internal particle regardless of the distance between them. Any action to one of these particles will inevitably impact the other entirely. Single qubit gates inverse is equal to the u plus u inverse is equal to unit vector. The polyspin matrices are set of unitary Hermitian matrices. So how data can be stored in a gate or IC? This can be shown here in this matrix spaces of 2 by 2. Zero and 0 1, Z0 is equal to 0, Z1 is equal to -1, alpha 0 plus beta 0 is equal to this diagram is known as phase flip, and hardware transformation given in this format related to the 0 and 1. So this is a hardware transformation representation of the 0 and 1 bit in a classical computer systems of qubits. Control NOT gate, this can be shown in this way. Here the input and output can be represented look like this one. This is a physics uncertainty principle, can be represented in this way. state that we don't have know exactly what will happen to each individual photon for in the act of measuring its behavior. It alters property, observation, and this one. This is a no cloning theorems. This can be represented like no cloning theorem is a result of quantum mechanism which forward the certain of identical copies of an arbitrary unknown quantum state. It was stated by the equation. This can be represented like this one. This is a parallel processing. It's the method in which quantum computers is able to perform two or more computations simultaneously. It is a classical computer. Parallel computer is performed by having several processors linked together. In a quantum computer, a single quantum processor is able to perform computation on its own. Parallelism allows the quantum computer to work on many computations at once. This contains all the values as I have told already, 2 to the power n values. By measuring gifts of random of x as a function of all information will be the lost. This is a showing of factor assumptions. How can we perform the factoring in this one in comparison to the RSA algorithm? Most practical crypto system is based on the assumption that it is not computationally hard to factor the integer into prime factor. Factoring over 1300 bits number is 400 digit takes years even to the best supercomputers. In 1994, Peter Shor, an American mathematical, developed an efficient quantum algorithm to find the prime factor of an integer. This algorithm is a Shor algorithm. These are the steps of this algorithm. How to generate supercomputation, how to generate superpositions, measuring second registers, this is showing, do quantum Fourier transform and whether it gives the information about the period P. This is required how to perform cryptography security measures. I think all of you know. There is a sender having a bomb heavily on the complexity of the factoring integer. So quantum computers can use Shor algorithm to efficiently break today crypto system. So this is a distribution and between the two parties, one is the Alice and another is the Bob. So this is a quantum error correction method. To correct a single bit flip error for a classical data, we can use the repetition of the code. To correct a single bit flip error for a classical data, we can use the repetition code. This one look like 0 can be and phase error. How we can we correct continuous errors and decoherency. So measure the error, not the data. So this diagram is showing the first bit of error. Syndrome says that whether the first 2 bits of the state are the same or the different. Second bit of error syndrome says whether the second 2 bits of the state are the same or the different. With the information from the error syndrome, we can determine whether there is an error and where it is. This is a diagram. Alpha 010 plus beta 101 has a syndrome of 11, which means the second bit is a different, corrected with the X operation on the second qubit, not the syndrome, does not depend on the alpha or beta. We have learned about the error, learning about the data, so supervisions are this one. Nine qubit code to correct batch bit flip and phase flip. We use this one alpha 0 plus beta 1 is equal to alpha. Triple G are the roadmap of quantum computing. Basically, there are estimates that show that by 24, the quantum computing value is going to touch to 2 to 5 billion US dollar. there is an exceptional growth of computer power, something that we can. So these are certain applications of quantum computers. Single drug takes value of 10 to 15 years and costs multiple $1 billion to go from discovery to reproductions. Simulating a complex module is not possible in a classical computer, as the number of states need to be keep track of all its interaction with the grow exponentially. Cells today are combination of classification and clustering, simply machine learning algorithms are followed. However, to the classification technique that are used to identify its cells are cancer or not suboptimal. Quantum computing can potentially improve the quality of the result in being able to identify. Any questions? Student भी पीछे बैठे हुए हैं, you can motivate and go in this field. This is a new era and आने वाले समय में काफ़ी chances हैं, काफ़ी hope का इसमें उम्मीद है research के level पे. So once if you have an idea, then you can go through this field and this is a new launch. ये सभी पढ़ाया होगा मुझे लगता है. तो बेसिक चीज़ें तो मैं नहीं बता सकता हूँ, लेकिन क्वांटम के डिफरेंस में क्रिप्टोग्राफी को हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, these are the things you have to learn. So these are the I have gone through the from basic starting from this one. So it is up to you people, can how can you search the new topic, new books, and then Google it and find out what.
That's quantum and worldwide also. NST is working on the same. That's why I said you chosen the very latest topic, which is right now in buzzwords. Thank you, sir.
NQM.
Yes.
So that part you have not covered. That 6,000 crore.
Yes.
Government of India has given 6,000 crore, and that opened around 20th February. DST has made a call. 6th April was the last date. All over India, there was a call from the quantum material, quantum sensing, quantum computing, and quantum communication, quantum key distribution. There are 6 verticals.
Okay.
So I am one of the committee member in that DST panel.
Okay.
To review, almost we have received 600 proposals all over India, and coming 15-year roadmap is there, Government of India.
And, very fast, government is trying to bring this to light. So, what do you think, if you can, how the scenario, because technology changes scenario very fast. Overnight things are changed. So, do you think that this will happen when quantum computer is there?
Yes, basically now coming very fast. How can we compute? So it is in classical computing, this is now a little bit difficult. I am not saying that it cannot be done, but it can be done. It can be easily by using quantum computing. So in the future is the quantum computing in the coming days.
Now for a lunch break. Let us join back after a short meal for the valedictory session at 2:30 p.m. Please proceed to the canteen where you can enjoy
Management, Technology and Entrepreneurship, organized by Allenhouse Group of Institutions in collaboration with Modern College of Business and Science, Muscat. So let us start this event by having the traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. May I please request the dignitaries to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Shubham Karoti Kal.
Sir, can we switch off the fans, please? Fan.
with us an esteemed lineup of dignitaries whose presence adds immense value to this gathering. To kindly come forward and extend a warm welcome to Professor Anil Kumar Yadav, sir.
Sir. Okay, sir. Welcome. Sir. Ma'am. 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 Yes, sir. Sir. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am.
Dr. Ruby Chawla ma'am, Conference Co-Chair and Director, Allenhouse Group of Institution, to deliver the opening remarks.
Accomplished session chairs, distinguished scholars, fellow directors, deans of AGOI, enthusiastic participants, and dear students. It's a pleasure to be here for the closing session of the International Conference on Recent Developments in Business Management, Technology and Entrepreneurship. On behalf of Allenhouse Group of Institutions, I extend a warm welcome to all of you present. Important topics related to recent trends in business management, technology and entrepreneurship. In today's global economy, where everything is connected, it is crucial to stay updated on the latest trends and innovations. We are grateful to all our guests who have shared their knowledge and insights with us. At Allenhouse, we believe in not just providing education, but also creating an environment where ideas can flourish. Over the past 2 days, we have had some stimulating discussions and exchanged valuable ideas. I'm sure we have learned a lot from each other and gained new perspectives. I want to thank the organizers, speakers and the presenters for their hard work and dedication in making this conference a success. Let's continue to learn, innovate and inspire each other as we move forward. Thank you.
For your gracious words. It's my privilege to introduce our guest of honor for the session, Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav, Registrar of Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur. His profound insights throughout the event. I would like to request Sir to kindly come forward to share his thoughts.
और अन्य हमारे कलीग लोग जो मंच पे है ऑन द डाइस एंड ऑफ द डाइस, participants, dear participant, student and paper presenter, निश्चित रूप से जो कॉन्फ्रेंस आपने कराई है एलनहाउस ने, निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल कॉन्फ्रेंस है और अच्छे पार्टिसिपेंट आए, अच्छे स्पीकर्स आए हुए हैं, जैसा कि अभी इनॉग्रेशन में नाम दिए गए हैं, सभी अच्छे लोग हैं, अच्छा डिस्कशन हुआ है यहाँ पे आईटी के फील्ड में, मैनेजमेंट के फील्ड में, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की फील्ड में। तो आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप से हम लोग अच्छा काम करेंगे, मिलके काम करेंगे और नई टेक्नोलॉजी पे हम लोग ज़्यादा फोकस करेंगे। जैसा कि आप लोग आज देख रहे हैं, डीप फेक का यूज हो रहा है, एआई का यूज हो रहा है, मशीन लर्निंग, डीप लर्निंग, ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी, इन सभी के ऊपर हम लोग फोकस एरिया है। इस पर निश्चित रूप से हम लोग आगे चल के अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं आने वाले समय में और थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड हम लोग इंडिया को अच्छे से रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, रख सकते हैं, क्योंकि अपना देश भी किसी टेक्नोलॉजी में किसी से भी पीछे नहीं है। तो आने वाले समय में हम लोग अच्छा काम करते हैं। इसी होप के साथ आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं कॉन्फ्रेंस के कंडक्शन के लिए, अच्छे कंडक्शन के लिए। धन्यवाद सभी लोगों को।
Thank you so much, sir. It's now my honor to invite our chief guest, Dr. Bhupendra Singh, sir, Chief Scientist at ICRDBMTE, Bangalore. Let us extend a warm welcome to Dr. Bhupendra Singh as he takes the stage to deliver his address.
Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav ji, Registrar, CSDMU, Mr. Javed Hasmi ji, and people on the desk, I could see the involvement of Joint Secretary Super House Education Foundation. He was always available with the full team actually. I think all of us must thank him. And as long as the conference goes, it is a very good platform where each and everyone has opportunity to ask the question. And asking the question is the first phase of learning. If you don't ask question, that means you are not in the learning process. That everyone should ask. No question is right or wrong. Once you ask the question, whether it is right or wrong, that make a lot of sense. That invoke the thought process. So such environment, such discussion is very useful. I think at least once in a year, these people should conduct such workshop and conference, and hopefully conference will come up with very good proceeding, which will be available to who can access and see that, and quality paper as well as the organization part. Events are very well organized, and so many people were together, and also I thank organizer for inviting me. I came from Bangalore directly, and then that day was very hectic schedule actually. And business and management and entrepreneurship, the title of conference. These three things need a lot of trust actually. Either you are doing the business, you need trust on the customer. The technology you are using, you should have trust on that. Today we are using Google Maps. So we trust that yes, it will reach to the particular destination. But sometimes it may happen you end up with the place where there is no way. The door is closed. So relying on technology a lot is also dangerous part. That is a very judicious decision. How much we should rely, how much we should not rely. So that we have to take, and that comes over the experience actually. And such experience developed based on such conference and all. I thank you all. Thank you all. Yes.
It's now my honor to invite Mr. Ved Prakash Tripathi Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, JS University, Firozabad. I would like to request Sir to please address the audience.
Kumar Yadav ji, Singh Saab, Agarwal Saab, Acharya ji, all distinguished guest audience, it's my big privilege to be here and address such an august gathering. I have been here since last afternoon, and what I observed that this conference has been unique by several viewpoints. But most important thing these days, or you can say most difficult thing, or you can say challenge to the organizer, is what? Just think for a moment. These are not resources. These are not good speakers. Not some good guests. But most difficult is to organize or to have good audience. This is very difficult these days. And quality audience. But I am very happy that during this conference, the audience was excellently good. While the speakers are good, very good, very eminent scholars, very good discourses, very knowledgeable discourses, but even those good speakers lose their heart, get disappointed when they don't get good response from audience. They are greatly disappointed and they are overwhelmed when they find good audience. And I think because all 2, 3 or 4 persons of us have been speakers here, that you might have good experience. The response of audience was very good, and discussion after these sessions, after the discourses, was equally good. So this is something very unique with this conference, and that will be a very important, memorable experience for all of us. Secondly, what I observed that the speakers who had come did not speak on their own expertise, or you can say very motivational to the students and faculty. Like this morning itself, someone said, love your work. The money after 8 figures is just number. I mean to say, while they, आज हम जिस दुनिया में आ गए हैं, हम एक तरीके से खासतौर पे जो नई जनरेशन है बहुत फॉर्चुनेट भी है और उसके लिए एक बहुत चैलेंजिंग और डिफिकल्ट टाइम। फॉर्चुनेट इसलिए है कि आज कोई भी व्यक्ति महान बन सकता है, चाहे वो किसी जाति का हो, चाहे वो किसी वर्ग का हो, चाहे वो किसी नेशनैलिटी का हो, चाहे उसके पास कोई विरासत रही हो न रही हो। If he comes with a unique idea and give the idea a good shape and execute and implement the idea, he can be it. इनमें से 39 को अपने बाप से फूटी कौड़ी नहीं मिली, 39 तो आज की दुनिया में कोई भी व्यक्ति, आप आए दिन अखबार में पढ़ते हैं कि रिक्शे वाले का लड़का IAS ऑफिसर बन गया, फलाना हो गया, चाय पीने वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन गया, तमाम ऐसे आइडिया हैं। मुलायम सिंह यादव कहाँ से उठकर कहाँ पहुँच गए और अखिलेश यादव को इतना संघर्ष करना पड़ रहा है। तो अब एंसेस्ट्री या विरासत के दिन लद गए हैं। मैं मैनेजमेंट की एक किताब पढ़ रहा था, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, उस पर पहला ही आप कवर खोलिए तो पहला सेंटेंस है कि दिस इज नॉट सिग्निफिकेंट दैट हाउ मच यू वर सिग्निफिकेंट यस्टरडे। कल आप कितने सिग्निफिकेंट थे, आज इस बात का कोई महत्व नहीं। तो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। लेकिन एक ये बड़ा कंपनी, उसके बाप ने कहा ये कैटली पर ढक्कन फड़फड़ाता है, उसने पूछा क्यों फड़फड़ाता है, बाप ने कहा पढ़ता लिखता नहीं। तो आप महानता की ओर चल देते। ड्रे ड्रीमिंग बैक नहीं होती। अब्दुल कलाम जी जो राष्ट्रपति थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि ड्रीम्स वो नहीं है जो आंख बंद होने पर सोने पे देखे जाते हैं, असली ड्रीम वो है जो खुली आंखों से देखे जाते हैं। तो ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। अंबानी से भी एक बात पूछा, इकोनॉमिस्ट, और शिवानी जी शायद मुझसे सहमत हो कि अमर्त्य सेन और महबूबुल हक, इनमें से दोनों का अगर कंट्रीब्यूशन देखें तो महबूबुल हक का कंट्रीब्यूशन बहुत महान, कहीं 20-30 गुना ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। ये तो देखिए हर जगह, बहुत से बार हम कहते हैं हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा, विदेश में ऐसा, सब जगह लगभग ऐसा ही है। तो उनको नोबेल प्राइज़ नहीं मिला, लेकिन महबूबुल हक ने दुनिया को एक बहुत नायाब चीज़ दी, वो था ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स। और आज सारी दुनिया में किसी कंट्री के, किसी गवर्नमेंट के परफॉर्मेंस की पहचान ग्रोथ रेट नहीं रही है। ग्रोथ रेट हम कहते हैं 6.7% ये, लेकिन इट माइट बी इन मैनी ऑफ द टाइम्स मिसलीडिंग। अगर आप सीरियसली देखें तो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इंडिया ग्रोथ रेट में तो दुनिया में बहुत टॉप पर है, लेकिन ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स में देखें तो 132 में 133वें नंबर पर है, और वही अब ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया। ध्यान रखिएगा, ग्रोथ रेट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है। अब ये सब एक अलग विषय है, उस पर मैं ज़्यादा नहीं कह रहा हूँ, लेकिन ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स और इसका आइडिया दिया महबूबुल हक, और उनको ही मैं कोट करके बात खत्म करूँगा। महबूबुल हक ने कहा कभी भी आप जब नया आइडिया देते हैं तो 5 स्टेजेस से आपको गुजरना पड़ता है। सबसे पहले तो व्हेन यू गिव द न्यू आइडिया, नोबडी टेक्स नोटिस, पीपल टू इग्नोर। तो सबसे पहले आपको उस स्थिति से गुजरना है। लोग, आपने बड़ा यूनिक आइडिया दिया है बट नोबडी इज टेकिंग नोटिस, नोबडी इज रिएक्टिंग ऑन दैट, उसको इग्नोर करते हैं। लेकिन जब आप आइडिया को लगातार हैमर करते हैं, लगातार उस आइडिया को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, नए नए लॉजिक के साथ बढ़ाते हैं। मेरा ये मतलब नहीं उसे ब्लाइंडली बढ़ाएं। अगर उस आइडिया के बारे में तमाम रिसर्च करिए, तमाम वो करिए, आपको सही लगता जाए तो सब्सटेंशिएट करते जाइए, उसमें रिफाइनमेंट और मॉडिफिकेशन करते जाइए। और महबूब ने कहा जब वो आइडिया आगे बढ़ाइए, उसे सब्सटेंशिएट करिए, उस पर फर्दर रिसर्च करिए, जो क्रिटिसिज्म आ रहे हैं उनका काउंटर क्रिटिसिज्म और काउंटर लॉजिक ढूंढिए और आइडिया को आगे बढ़ाते जाइए। तो मेरा आपसे यही संदेश है कि ये नया युग है। बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, तहे दिल मुबारकबाद देता हूँ कि आपकी बहुत
Inspiring words. It's my privilege to introduce our next guest, Professor Anurag Agarwal Sir, Professor of Commerce, Swami Sukhdevanand Mahavidyalaya, Shahjahanpur.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. हिंदी में लोग आधा जानते हैं, कहते हैं सम्मानित मंच और सामने बैठे लोग, लेकिन इसकी सही हिंदी होती है मंच के आमुख और मंच के सम्मुख। मैं अपनी भाषा में अपनी बात कहना चाहूँगा। जो विषय शिवानी जी ने सर्कुलेट किया इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार के लिए, ये रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स क्या है, तो मैं तो पढ़ते बड़ा उलझ गया उसको। बहुत दिन तक उलझा रहा कि रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स बिजनेस में, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में या इस सेक्टर में हम रिसेंट क्यों, किसको कैसे माने। जो कभी कभी ऐसा होता है जो उसको हम पीछे छोड़ आते हैं वो रिसेंट हो जाता है। कभी कभी खिलाड़ी बैक फुट पे खेलता है, कभी फ्रंट फुट पे खेलता है। कभी समय की जरूरत वो होती है जिसको हम पीछे इग्नोर कर चुके हैं, छोड़ चुके हैं, क्योंकि जो हमारी लेटेस्ट या रिसेंट परिस्थितियां हैं वो ये डिसाइड करती हैं कि एडवांसमेंट क्या है। तो इस समय की जो सिचुएशन है, अगर हम पूरी दुनिया को देखें, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार है, तो देखिए रशिया और यूक्रेन उलझ रहे हैं, इजराइल, ईरान और दूसरे देश हैं जो आपस में उलझ रहे हैं। अमेरिका हर एक के बीच में इंटरफियर कर रहा है। हमारे पड़ोस में प्रजातंत्र है लेकिन सेना पीछे से काम कर रही है। और एक चर्चा सुबह भी हो रही थी जब मैं आया था, कोविड की बात हुई थी। कोविड ने बता दिया कि हम कुछ नहीं हैं। लोगों के पास अटैची भर के नोट थे जो उन्होंने इंडस्ट्री से कमाए थे, बिजनेस से कमाए थे, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से कमाए थे, लेकिन वो अटैची भर के नोट एक व्यक्ति को बचाने में असमर्थ थे, असफल थे। तो जो वर्तमान परिस्थितियां हैं हमें उनमें सोचना होगा इस समय रिसेंट क्या है। इन परिस्थितियों में चाहे वो कोविड के बाद की हो, चाहे वो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं वो हो, इनमें रिसेंट वो है जो हम पहले कहते थे। हम का मतलब हिंदुस्तान से, भारत से, आपके देश से। इफ्तो परपेचुआ, यानी यही शाश्वत है, यही सत्य है। तो सत्य के सम्मुख खड़े को बोलना जरूरी है। यही निरंतर है, यही सत्य है, यही जीवित रहेगा, यह हमेशा रहेगा। एलन हाउस हमेशा रहेगा। हो सकता है एलन हाउस में रहने वाला, काम करने वाला ना रहे। एक समय ऐसा भी आएगा एलन हाउस स्थापित करने वाला भी नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन एलन हाउस रहेगा, क्योंकि यही शाश्वत है, यही सत्य है। तो जो हमारे धर्म ग्रंथों में कहा गया, जो हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था थी वही शाश्वत थी, वही सत्य थी। आप बताइए एंटरप्रेन्योर काम क्यों करता है? एंटरप्रेन्योर रिस्क किसके लिए उठाता है? एंटरप्रेन्योर रिस्क अपने लिए उठाता है। मेरी कैपिटल डूब गई तो क्या होगा? एंटरप्रेन्योर काम क्यों करता है? क्योंकि मुझे प्रॉफिट मिलना चाहिए, मुझे प्रॉफिट मिलना चाहिए। मेरी कैपिटल डूब जाएगी, वो ये नहीं सोचता मेरे समाज की कैपिटल डूब जाएगी, सबकी कैपिटल डूब जाएगी। वो काम करता है अपने प्रॉफिट के लिए। और आप किताबों में बिजनेस एथिक्स कितना ही पढ़ लें, लेकिन आप 1 रुपए से 10 रुपए तभी बना सकते हैं जब एथिक्स को कहीं बेच कर आए। स्वार्थ अर्थात जो लाभ कमाने की इच्छा है, वो सारी नैतिकताओं को एक साथ रखकर कमाया ही नहीं जा सकता। और यदि सारी नैतिकताओं का पालन किया जाएगा तो लाभ इतना छोटा होगा कि आपका पेट भरने में मुश्किल हो। तो जब एक एंटरप्रेन्योर अपने लाभ कमाने के लिए काम करता है, अपने रिस्क के लिए काम करता है, वो अपने लिए काम करता है। और ये भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था है, भारत का दर्शन नहीं है कि अपने लिए काम करो, क्योंकि अपने लिए काम तो पशु भी करता है। जो दूसरों के लिए काम करे वो ह्यूमन होता है, ह्यूमन कैपिटल नहीं होता, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स नहीं होता। ह्यूमन वो होता है जो ह्यूमन के लिए काम करे, मानव के लिए काम करे, दूसरों के लिए काम करे, और सिर्फ इंसान के लिए नहीं, जानवरों के लिए भी काम करे। जो प्राणी मात्र के लिए काम करे वो ह्यूमन है, क्योंकि उसके अंदर मानवता है। ह्यूमन को दूसरा ह्यूमन कह दिया कैपिटल है, उसके अंदर क्या, उसको मतलब ही नहीं। ह्यूमन एक रिसोर्स है, पैदा करने का साधन है, खाली उसको एक्सप्लॉइट करो, उससे कुछ पैदा करो। तो ह्यूमन की वैल्यू नहीं है, उससे पैदा जो कर सकते हो उसकी वैल्यू है। यानी उसके अंदर छिपी हुई ताकत का जितना शोषण कर लो, जितना विदूहन कर लो, जितना एक्सप्लॉइटेशन कर लो, तब तक वो ह्यूमन तुम्हारे लिए काम का है। और जिस दिन वो तुम्हारे लिए उत्पादक नहीं रहेगा, बेकार हो जाएगा। ये हमारे कल्चर नहीं है। हम लाभ के लिए कभी काम ही नहीं करते थे। हमारी दुकानों पे लिखा होता था शुभ लाभ। ये शुभ लाभ वो है जो किसी को एक्सप्लॉइट करे बिना, किसी को दुख दिए बिना, ऐसे कमाओ कि तुम भी खुश रहो, दूसरा भी खुश रहे। अगर लाभ कमाओगे तो पता है क्या होगा, जेब भर जाएगी, अटैची भर जाएगी, तिजोरी भर जाएगी, लेकिन शुगर हो जाएगी, रोटी खाने को मिलेगी सूखी। तनाव हो जाएगा, टैक्स वाले भी परेशान करेंगे, सरकार भी परेशान करेगी, और हर महीने पैसा मांगने वाले भी आएंगे, और ब्लड प्रेशर हो जाएगा। सुबह की शुरुआत चाय की 10 गोलियों के साथ होगी। लाभ कमाओगे तो ये होगा, और शुभ लाभ कमाओगे तो तुम भी मस्त रहोगे, और जिसके तुमने लाभ कमाया वो भी सुखी रहेगा। मुझे शुभ लाभ कमाना है। और दूसरी चीज ये कि हम लाभ क्यों कमाते हैं। एक एंटरप्रेन्योर लाभ क्यों कमाता है, बिजनेसमैन लाभ क्यों कमाता है। वो अपने सुख के लिए लाभ कमाता है। अच्छा मकान हो, अच्छी गाड़ियां हो, एसी हो, सुख मिले, ये भी हमारा कल्चर नहीं है। हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था कभी सुख पर टिकी ही नहीं थी। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था, भारत का दर्शन सुख पर नहीं, शांति पर आधारित है। इसलिए हिंदुस्तान का दर्शन ये कहता है कि सुख के लिए नहीं कमाओ, शांति के लिए कमाओ। और शांति के लिए तभी कमाओगे जब सारी नैतिकताओं का पालन करोगे। इसलिए एंटरप्रेन्योर को ये रिसेंट इस समय की आवश्यकता है कि हम सिर्फ अपने लिए काम ना करें, बल्कि हम सबको ध्यान में रख के सबके लिए काम करें। ये जरूरी है कि आज एक इकोनॉमिक एंटरप्रेन्योर को इकोनॉमिक एंटरप्रेन्योर होने के साथ साथ सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर भी होना चाहिए। खड़ी हो गई तो मैं एक बात और कहना चाहूँगा कि इनके नाम की शुरुआत होती है शिव से। शिव से बनना है शिवानी, और शिव की शक्ति जो है, शक्ति ई जो है वो शक्ति का प्रतीक होता है। अगर शिव में से खाली आप ई हटा दो तो क्या हो जाता है, शव। इसलिए शिवानी की शक्ति जहाँ रहेगी वहाँ सक्रियता सदैव रहेगी।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. As we draw near to the end of this enriching conference, I would like to request Mr. Azharuddin, sir, to kindly deliver the closing remarks.
Believe me, I will not take much time. I will close my closing remarks very shortly. So, मैं थोड़ा शायर टाइप का हूँ तो वहीं से शुरू करता हूँ कि सितारों से आगे जहाँ और भी हैं, अभी इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं, कनात न कर आलमे रंगो ऊपर, चमन और भी, आशियाँ और भी हैं। रजिस्ट्रार CSDMU डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार यादव सर, CMD सुपर हाउस एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जावेद सर, प्रोफेसर भूपेंद्र सिंह साइंटिस्ट फ्रॉम DRDO, प्रोफेसर विश्वेश्वर आचार्य फ्रॉम नवेल अकेडमी नेपाल, प्रोफेसर अनुराग सर, मैडम मरियम हमाद फ्रॉम सोहार यूनिवर्सिटी ओमान, and Professor Ved Prakash sir, very good, and dignitaries of the dais, scholars, researchers, my colleagues and friends, a very warm afternoon. Indeed it is warm, rather it is hot. So we have reached the end of the international conference on recent developments in business management, technology and entrepreneurship. So it's hard to say goodbye. It is very, very difficult indeed to close this enriching discussion. But believe me, I am feeling enriched and enlightened here. And I have been given the mammoth task of summarizing the discussion, which has been so enriching and enlightening that it cannot be summarized in short. But I will still take my chances. So it's hard to end such an engaging event, saying goodbye to all the brilliant minds, moons and stars of the galaxy of industry and academia. But as we part ways, we can take part by realizing this fact that the wealth of ideas, information and visions we have been exposed to, it might take us a bit of time to process all the information. And believe me, research throws into my blood, so I try to check everything at 5% level of significance, whether it is actually statistically significant or not. So one of my professors said, try to relate your subjects with your real life, it will get interesting. And believe me, when I did this, my real life gets boring, but the subject became interesting. So I am confident that we will process all the information and we will come out with new perspectives and insights in our field. Over the past 2 days, we have explored the evolving landscapes of business management, technology and entrepreneurship. We have examined the challenges and opportunities brought by globalization, digitization and other transformative forces. Despite the complexities, these developments also present us with avenues of opportunities for innovation, particularly in the realm of entrepreneurship. I am a scholar of economics, still I am trying to learn. So the first life lesson that economics has taught me that nothing is free in this world. Even if you don't pay from your pocket in terms of money, you sacrifice something else. So it's a trade-off. We have to be very smart in terms of risk and return trade-off. So we are expecting the development. It will compel us to pay some cost also. So I am sure that we all have benefited in some way or the other from this conference. Numerous positions and points of views have been outlined and many messages have been delivered throughout these 2 days. So I will quickly rush through some important points which came across during the discussions. So I will not read out of it, there are too many. So understanding, first of all, we have to understand our own country's economic trajectory and addressing challenges such as income inequality and technological adoption are imperative. So it is important for sustainable growth. We are aspiring to surpass China in terms of economic prowess. Rather, we need to concentrate it, we need to divert our efforts, and we need not to focus beyond, we need to focus beyond sheer population size. So we will surpass China in terms of population. And the role of higher education becomes extremely important. Again, this topic is very close to my heart. My PhD was related to the role of higher education in economic growth. So higher education institutions plays a very important role in fostering change, and they must align with industry trends to nurture entrepreneurship. Sustainability is not a choice. This important point was put forward by esteemed panelists during the panel discussion, that sustainability is not a choice, but it is a way of life that must be a part of our daily practices. We must critically assess the societal cost of technological convenience. There is a thought-action gap when we talk about sustainability and the environment. So we need to bridge this gap. And another important point was access to information must be complemented by critical analysis and alignment with personal skills for effective decision making. So before I conclude this my talk, I greatly appreciate the support we have received from all the eminent speakers, session chairs, scholars and presenters, faculty and staff members of Allenhouse group of institutions in organizing activities. Your presence has been invaluable and without any doubt has helped make the event a great success. यकीन हो तो कोई रास्ता निकलता है, हवा की ओर लेकर भी चिराग जलता है. सफर में अब के ये तुम थे कि खुशगुमानी थी, यही लगा कि कोई साथ साथ चलता है.
I am happy to announce that we have a book launch authored by the faculty members of Allenhouse Business School on this special occasion of this conference. I request Ms. Nida Parvez and Ms. Venus Madan to kindly come on the stage for the book launch.
ठीक
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Congratulations.
आप सबको बहुत बधाई हो।
Kindly present a token of memento to Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav, Registrar of Chhatrapati Shahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur.
सर
To all our distinguished guests for their invaluable contributions and unwavering support throughout this conference. At last, I would like to request Dr. Varun Shukla, Convener ICRDBMTE, to come forward to deliver the vote of thanks.
Inviting me. First of all, I would like to thank to the Almighty God who gave us enough strength and blessings to organize such an event. I would like to thank Honorable CMD Mr. Mukhtarul Amin sir for providing all the support and necessary facilities whenever needed. My sincere thanks are for Secretary Superhouse Education Foundation Mr. Zafar Amin sir and Joint Secretary Mr. Javed Hashmi sir for their unconditional support. My special thanks are for Director AIT Dr. Manoj Kumar Mishra sir, Director AMI Dr. Shivani Kapoor ma'am, Director AGOI Dr. Ruby Chawla ma'am, Additional Director Dr. Atul Chaturvedi sir for their valuable and continuous support. We all know that without their support and able guidance to organize such an event will only be a dream only. I would like to thank Dr. Bhupen Singh sir, Dr. Anil Kumar Yadav sir, Dr. Vishweswar sir, Dr. Mariam ma'am, Dr. Ved Prakash Tripathi sir, Dr. Ashish Dwivedi sir, Dr. Anurag Agarwal sir, Dr. Saurabh Pratap sir for gracing the occasion by their august presence. I would like to thank all the TPC members, keynote speakers for finding their valuable time. I would like to
Thank you, sir. As we draw the curtains on this enlightening conference, I am filled with gratitude for the valuable contributions of each and every one of you. Your presence has enriched our discussions and elevated the spirit of collaboration and learning. Now I request all of you to rise for the national anthem.
Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkal, Banga, Vindhya, Himachal, Ganga, Tava Shubha Naame Jage, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे।